Hey, we're live. And to start the stream off, I think we'd do some TWAB. I was picking up bounties in the meantime. Yeah, a pretty good TWAB this week, even though we don't play much PvP. Just realized I was muted. Fuck. This is a summary. Not gonna read the summary. Trans week. Hell yeah. Also, free emblem with it. Go have fun. Community event coming next week. We'll be collecting treasure in the form of captain's coins from different activities to improve the Elixir Quarter and help them research the relics. The coins are found in destination chests, all sectors, public events, and Catch, Crash, and Expedition. They're also in King's Fall, Dares, Strikes, Crucible, Gambit. So the current raid, not the current dungeon, interesting. Alright, the current raid and the core playlist. Each Guardian will have their own personal donation reward track. Yeah, so this is cool. It seems like one of the either Spider or maybe Spider or someone in the Elixir Quarter is going to become like a vendor. And we donate to them. You donate a certain amount, you get an emblem. Donate some more, you get upgrade materials. Donate more, you get a ghost shell or other cosmetics, right? But yeah, so this is similar to the Fractaline stuff, but a little bit different. Because I think with the Fractaline donating, you got a little bit in the beginning of like other rewards, but it wasn't much. But it definitely was a community pool event. Guardians may even find a deep sight weapon or two to help with completing the crafting collection. Oh. While I'm probably oh, it does say King's Fall. I wonder if they'll give us, so with this obviously means they'll probably put a deep sight weapon or two in the, donation reward track, but the question is that the seasonal weapons? Because I think it's going to at least have one or two of the seasonal weapons. But then, will that include King's Fall? Like King's Fall weapons, because you can also find captain's coins there, and so if we can get the currency from there, I don't see why they wouldn't possibly put those weapons there. Maybe even Dares. There's no craftable here, and there's no craftable here. They could put like one or two from each. I don't know. I feel like they're probably going to do the seasonal weapons just to help people get those anyway. And next season, I would imagine there'll probably be more stuff like this, just because it's the last season in the season. So if you don't get those seasonal weapons crafted that season, then you can't ever, compared to other seasons where you have all year to get those weapons crafted. It's like this is the first season where you have fewer seasons afterwards than you did before for those crafted weapons, the seasonal crafted. And like King's Fall's here for a while, Dares is here for a while, and so like these aren't going anywhere, neither are the crafted weapons. Seasonal crafted weapons go away after the season, so I'd almost guarantee they'll give you 2, if not maybe 3 of different seasonal crafted weapons to help with that. Which is cool. I've already got them done, but that's good for people that don't. The community event, last 2 weeks. It should be the last 2 weeks of the season. Because next season is week 4, or next week is week 14. Week after that is week 15, and then we're into the next season. And so, it's a nice little event for the rest of the season. It's not bad. Gonna be interested to see how the donation reward track pans out, but either way, I think this will be a fun little watch number go up event. Quick message about palms. Okay, so there should be correct lines in seasonal story aspects of the Catch, Crash, and Expedition. Interesting. They reduced and made some of the seasonal title easier. While I don't think it's great that they necessarily tuned this because to this degree, like late into the season, because it kind of does invalidate all the progress made by people up until the point that it was made or changed, because like we didn't know this was coming. If we knew this was coming, like down to from 50 to 10 for the ruffians, like that's a much different kind of experience, right? But I largely don't care. It's just if this becomes a habit or consistent thing at the end of seasons where titles get like nerfed in a way, the requirements, then yeah, I'm gonna have a bigger problem with stuff like this. But right now I don't give a shit, because seasonal titles are probably, if not definitely, meant to be earned by most, if not everyone, as long as you're here. Even if you, and to some extent, even if you aren't here through the season, like if you pop in the last week or two and actually like put some time into the game, like you can absolutely get the title right, which is probably what this is meant to help with. But again, if this continues, if this like exact gotta nerf it in a shitload of ways to make it a lot easier for people to get, to like make sure people are actually finishing it or getting a chance in their mind to finish at the end of the season, then it'll become a little bit bigger of an issue, because then that calls into question like all the other work in the rest of this part of the season, because then why not just wait till here? But yeah, because like, you'll always, I don't know, I'd like to, or at least a little bit more clarification on what kind of data they were looking at. Because while the title is slightly harder, like, it doesn't break any of their standard design philosophies for seasons and like seasonal difficulty, and so I'm confused on like what aspects exactly they thought were significantly harder than originally intended. Because while I can see a couple points maybe, like some of the other points aren't actually that hard, like the ruffians. A lot of people now are waiting, not just, even if they don't have the triumph completed, they're just waiting for a couple of ruffians to spawn. So like now at the end of the season, every expedition will almost have like 3 to 4 ruffians spawning. And then the only other one that was kind of rough was the first mate, but I still kind of disagree with the, well, I disagree with the change that they're putting forth, probably because they don't have the time and it's not worth doing an actual fix, which I would also kind of agree with, to just make the RNG less rough. Because you could, instead of doing this, you could just make it that once you have the first, or anyone that has the highest, like, so you have 3 different first mates you're spawning, right? Or you're trying to spawn, right? Whichever one has X, or whichever one has the highest amount that you've already gotten to spawn. So say you got 5 scurvies to spawn, and you got 3 Holisniks to spawn, then you got 2 of the Skiff Blades. Scurvy would be weighted more to not spawn compared to the Skiff Blades, like, and that would keep alternating depending on the value until they're completed. And so if one gets completed, it essentially gets weighted to 0, and so it's never gonna show, well, not never, but it's gonna very rarely show up. But I guess part of that issue in that is matchmaking, because that's per individual player. Yeah, so maybe that's why they can't do something like that anyway. I mean, it would be too intensive and not difficult, but it would take too much to implement in like the last 2 to 3 weeks of the season anyway. So like, there's a number of reasons I wouldn't actually do what I'm suggesting. But yeah, like I said, if this just becomes a more frequent thing, then it'll become a bigger issue, I think. But largely right now, I don't care. Cool. I'm glad they reduced it. I'm glad they're helping people get the triumph. Aspirational, certain triumphs were overtuned. We're taking the feedback around Destiny's Grind to heart, so I made the decision to play. See, this is like the also part of the other thing. Like, a lot of the feedback recently around Destiny's Grind is just reactionary from people that aren't used to grinding this to this extent, because they either do what I do and they get a like 3 out of 5 RNG roll and they're happy with it and they just go and enjoy that real fast. Like before crafting and whatnot, before the grind's gotten to what it is currently, or they get really lucky after a like 2 to 3 hour period of farming. They get the roll 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5 that they were looking for, and then they go and do what they want, right? To some extent, people aren't used to the grind, and so they're taking that feedback into consideration, which is good, but I think Bungie should also realize, like, that's just people learning. They're always going to have that kind of feedback, and no matter what the grind amount is, to a degree. Because that's just people getting used to a new grind system and learning. Like, that's that's what was happening last year in Beyond Light, right? A lot of the complaints on the Reddit were just, like, they were valid, but they were just new players learning the game. And so it's like those kind of complaints or feedback was to be expected almost. Because, like, yeah, of course you're going to have that feedback. You're learning. that's what happens when you learn, right? And so, again, like, as long as this doesn't become a more consistent thing, I think that's alright. Maybe that'll mean from the get-go some of these are lower to begin with, and they'll just stop trying to make overly difficult, or potentially even mastery-esque triumphs for seasonal titles, but with how... I mean, that's not great, but if they then put that work into other titles and made them more, like the dungeon one or some of the other, like, event titles, then I think it'd give a little bit more meaning to those without devaluing the seasonal titles much, if at all. So, like, if instead of even trying to do something like 50, they just put this at, like, 5 or 10, and then make, like, 5 to then maybe up it to 10 later if, like, people are getting it done stupid fast, right? Right, because, like, they want it a bit faster, but... And so, if there was something like this next season, I could imagine the number will be inherently lower than what you would normally expect, just because of this. And, again, if they put that work elsewhere into, like, other titles or other aspects of other triumphs outside of the seasonal title triumph, then, like, sure, cool, go for it. Like, sure. I don't care, because these are kind of meant to be earned by people a little bit more frequently, just for being here. Like, yes, the mastery, but also, like, part of that mastery is just, like, for the seasonal titles, just being here and showing up, being a part of it. Yeah, game security update, they, are improving it continually. This is just about a specific update for a specific behavior. I don't know what detection they've been going, or they found, or they put in for whatever specific behavior, but yeah. Alright, Crucible, the big meat part of the TWAB. This is a little bit of the Crucible philosophy that they're gonna start going with or are sharing. It kind of reads like this is a little bit new philosophy, but some of it's not. Some of it's a little old, but some of it they define at least more clearly, and so it might feel new at the very least. But yeah, it's nice to see this. Because this is what helps with, like, the difficulty argument that we were having earlier in the season, because Bungie put out a difficulty design philosophy PowerPoint on their thoughts and, like, how the inner workings of that in the game work, and so it gives people a little bit more of a foundation and a ground to argue whether something is actually, like, game-breaking or not. Because that's opinion if you're not looking at the actual philosophies and whatnot that Bungie were using originally. Yeah, things can break those philosophies, and that's also part of that feedback, but you gotta at least be aware of the philosophies to begin with. Otherwise, your feedback will inherently almost always be weaker than it could be, because you don't have the full picture. There's no way you can even come close to getting the full picture, unless they share a little bit of it. But yeah. So, general changes. But yeah, this is a lot. We're gonna skip the TLDR. Because we'll be reading it in depth. The following changes have been developed by the team dedicated to ritual modes. It started with the Trials revamp, became a full development cycle that now spans multiple rituals. For a fun development cycle, not full. We've been focusing on given activities. Iron Banner, Gambit, Crucible during seasonal development to revisit and reset our goals and address for player feedback. For Crucible is a bit on the table, and it's always a multi-part conversation. Early December we'll have sandbox and balance information, i.e. in next season, or right before next season. Because it launches on December 6th, I believe. But today's playlists and other Crucible stuff. So yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of feedback or a Bungie response to the Bungie's lacking on their core playlist upkeep, and that it's gotten kind of, or that it needs another rework / tweak for the core playlist, like not massive tweak, but like medium tweak. And it's like, and this is Bungie saying maybe, but we're doing that incrementally, season by season, because of how our pipeline's set up and works. And also to avoid burnout on the devs. It's like they need, like, we talk about variety in gameplay, but to some extent the devs have either said or they've tried to make it clear they want at least some developmental variety for themselves as well, which is why like builds are important, stasis and strand are important, because then they can make many more subclasses. They don't have, again, they don't have to make a subclass every year, but like they have the option to, because they can make whatever they want. So like that's a lot of creative freedom compared to what we had in like year 1, year 2. So like, yeah, you add that kind of variety in with all that, like it's a lot more fun, like they even said, to develop. Fun development cycle. Yeah, it's a little bit of a fun variety development cycle, like, yeah, that makes sense, I get that. That's pretty cool even. And that's probably how I would set it up if I were in their shoes too, like, yeah, so. Like, even if some of the season, like this season, was a little bit of a precursor for Crucible reworks next season, but like this was still kind of a Crucible season for that, and so yeah, Strike playlists could maybe use a bit of a tweak. They really haven't been tweaking that this year because they did the Nightfall like little micro test. I forgot what they called it because it was a more scientific test name that I can't think of right now. Oh, case study. It was like individual case study on Nightfalls and Strikes. More so Nightfalls, but yeah. And the difficulty differences between them and how it like works and the fundamental aspects and philosophies behind it and the difficulties and how that extends into the rest of the game. So like that'll probably get a little bit more touched up next year, I'd imagine. Also with Strand, that makes sense because they'll want to touch up environmental stuff for those kinds of strikes and whatnot to begin with. Some of them are just small, or they have really low ceilings. Yeah. Alright, just a sec, I gotta go get a drink, and we'll continue. Sorry, I just had to go get a drink. I'm trying not to run over Nair's tail and to scoop my chair in. You put it right in the path of the wheel. It's like, no, I don't want to hurt you. Please, just move your tail. Please. Alright. Player experience goals for Crucible. That was a really fun part of the TWAB. They're revisiting various aspects of the game, see how well they fit within the rest. So making sure the foundations and fundamental stuff are actually still foundational and fundamental, and they're not being actually oppressed or aren't being oppressive. And yeah, the philosophy and whatnot with each. Alright. This will also make sense with the playlist updates for next season, and we'll put them into more perspective. So they're gonna look a little weird at first, but with this in mind, it makes sense. Casual Crucible, just get in, do whatever, right? Anyone gets in, anyone gets to do whatever. Not just sweats, not just people that are already good at the game. Quick play, rotators, labs. Find a fair game, make friends, stay as long as you're having fun. So again, both parties, whether you win or lose, right? Obviously, losing in itself isn't the greatest, but like, there's other reasons that you're having fun. And yeah, pick up games at the gym. Or pub game, like, yeah, pubs in like Counter-Strike or other games, right? Just random scrim, not even scrims, random third-party matchmaking. Face It is another good example of that. Face It games. not the competitive side of Face It, but like, yeah. Iron Banner, week-long celebration of PvP in Destiny that draws in everyone. Yeah. So an expansion on that casual Crucible, like a casual, almost like hardcore casual event. Exhibition play / at a block party, yeah. So like a little bit more serious than a pub, which is why like a scrim or exhibition is still different than a pub. But it's still largely for like a who gives a shit kind of thing. Like it's just to have fun. It's a block party, still a party, still an event. Still an event. Trials, prove your skill and build. I.e. build. For what a lot of PvP players are very scared of right now. Build. Although I wish that was kind of lumped into skill inherently, because I think it is, but yeah, it's nice that they still said it with rivals. Real life comparison, high stakes, pro-am tournaments. Yeah, so like actual tournaments with money on the line. Or maybe not money, but like something you give a shit about on the line, right? Something above average that you give a shit about. Like the weapons that are really good in Trials, or the armor that's really good from Trials only, right? And the fact that they're adept. They're the adept PvP weapons, right? Ranked play, fair matches, measure yourself, growth with how you can see and feel, stakes are always high, real life comparison, local rec leagues, yeah. So like almost like at the gym, but you're signing up for it, right? Kind of thing. And then private match. Like the game you want to play with your friends, and as long as you're having fun. But yeah, game night with friends is a good comparison. And then that's stuff like they said, keep that in mind when they go ahead with the playlist updates for next season. And before we get too far into it, I do want to also note, with Trials being compared more so to an actual tournament, obviously it's not an esport tournament, but I think one way that would help that is changing the punch-out card system, where it's just the little win-loss like box you go in, and maybe replace it with a little bit more detailed UI of like a mini tournament bracket, just to mirror that, because the punch-out system, while I can see how it kind of accomplishes that, I'd argue the punch-out system looks more like ranked play, except where once you lose, you get dropped back to the beginning, and then you climb your way back up. So it's like your loss is the seasonal reset, or like just an occasional rank reset that like happens every few seasons in other games, right? And so that might help at least give that appearance. I don't know. They could also be worried of doing that just because then that'd feed into the Destiny can be an esport kind of thing, but it's like, no, it's the same reason like Mario Strikers has the bracket system even for single player. Like, it's just a fun theme. Like the tournament thing, if you're gonna go with that kind of just theme and feeling and experience, like why not just lean into it anyway? Doesn't mean that's what the game is, or what the or that it should be an esport, right? But it's just leaning a little bit more into that vibe, because the punch-out system gives at least myself more of a ranked play vibe versus an actual tournament. I don't know, maybe that's just my thinking on it, or just my point of view. I don't know. Yeah, hi man. Yeah, grandma's eating. Yeah, season 19 playlist updates. Starting next season, Crucible screen's gonna look different. It's just gonna, well, it's gonna be this. Quick play 6v6. So one of them, quick play 6v6, is now playlist with both Clash and Control. Uses loose skill based, which we've been tuning this season. So it's gonna be like what we have now, except Clash is gonna get thrown in with it. That's like the casual. That's their casual Crucible, or part of it. One of the three. Weekly rotators 6v6, free for all. Rotates weekly between Momentum, Control, Mayhem, Team Scorch, Rift, and Rumble. Use purely connection-based matchmaking. So yeah, this is like the isn't the Iron Banner stuff, but it's like a rotating like individual celebration of those modes or whatever. It's rotating modes, still under that casual Crucible. So I wouldn't say the Iron Banner events are casual, especially with the titles, but they are meant to, like, again, draw in everyone. So it's going to at least seem a little bit more, or the game modes are going to still be a little like on the casual-esque. Doesn't mean, because like Eruption and the other mode they'll outline here in Rift, they're on the surface they don't seem that casual, but there's not that many like individual moving parts you have to worry about. It's still just killing people who are holding a point, which is fine. Like, they work well. I'm not saying they're bad modes, but like, yeah, they're still kind of casual-esque in a way, which is fine. That's, again, meant to draw in everyone. If it was overly complicated or if it had too many moving parts, it wouldn't draw in like everyone. So I think it's doing its job well. That's what this also contributes to. It's going to help with like rotating playlists each week. It's going to be lumped under one mode. It'll be right here when Iron Banner isn't here. But yeah, so you'll have rotator playlist, comp, Crucible Labs, Rumble, Trials when Trials is on, overtakes Crucible Labs during the weekend kind of thing. Division, Freelance 3v3. So this is what the comp is going to look like. I'll go over this a little bit more down below. But it's its own playlist. Or wait, this is now a playlist randomly picking Survival, Rift, and Showdown. Yeah, so now it's not just Survival for comp. There's also Rift and Showdown, which Showdown is similar to Survival for 3v3, except it's a different rule set, different life rule set, I think. And then Rift, which will be fun. These modes showcase a variety of playstyles designed. Yeah, so variety of playstyles showing how good you really are, participating through like different PvP playstyles and modes and whatnot. So that's pretty decent. Like, I know probably some PvP sweats aren't gonna like that, because then that increases the skill gap, so they're gonna see it as more casual. But I think it does the opposite, like they say. Like, it shows how good you really are. So you're not just muscle memorying everything into Oblivion. Which is kind of why I don't... Or no, yeah. So like, that muscle memory into Oblivion is why I like the 50-50 ability gunplay split. Because it's harder to muscle memory in the specific ability things than it is the aiming. From someone who did that in Counter-Strike and relied heavily on just like aim memory and whatnot, and that kind of basic muscle memory for aiming and movement, like, yeah, it's a big part of that. And like, big part of competitive aspects of like FPSs, ranked modes and whatnot. So it'll be nice to see Rift and Showdown and add some spice. Although this is while this is nice, this is also gonna hurt a little later on with the change that they outline, but we'll get to that. These modes, yeah, variety of playstyles, and then new SBMM setting built using concepts we developed for loose SBMM tuning, but tightened to match. Yeah, so this is also gonna need probably some playing / more explanation, Bungie. Because while they've defined skill to some degree, like, there's 3 different modes here in the beginning, it's gonna real hard for people to really understand what actually makes it skillful to be good at all 3 modes at once. And to be able to adapt, or have one build that can run all 3, because you adapt the build to the modes. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, yeah. It's hard for me to have an opinion one way or the other, like good or bad on this. Hard for me to have a feeling whether this is good or bad, just because, like, I don't know, without seeing it in game and actually just playing it. Like, the loose SBMM tuning this season hasn't been bad, but like, if you applied that to a rank system, it would actually probably be pretty good, even though like it's not great in control right now. But then this also needs a little bit more explanation of like what it means to tighten the match more closely to opponents of our skill. This isn't that what SBMM is doing. But this the other part of this is loose. You've loose but tightened. Like what? That's kind of what I mean. Sorry, I wasn't being clear about that in the beginning. loose SBMM here. I guess maybe it's not loose SBMM, and that's maybe just our misunderstanding when we read it. I don't know. I feel like this is a very overly complicated way of saying we're introducing MMR to like comp, but yeah, I don't know. Gonna have to wait and see. Crucible Labs. Labs is showcasing 3v3 Rift with asymmetric maps. Crucible Labs has stacking plus 25% rep boost, so that becomes important later. You can get, I think, a 3x rep boost for, Crucible rank starting next season, so you're gonna be ranking this up a lot. And private match stays basically as it is. Host small tournaments, play with friends, do things with the modes, whatever. Or whatever. Crucible screen is gonna update and change, and so yeah, like I said, when Trials is on during the weekend, Crucible Labs will go away. And when Iron Banner is here, the Rotator playlist will go away. But when there's no Iron Banner and no Trials, you'll see Crucible Labs and the Rotator playlist here. So yeah. And then strategy about player populations. This section is dedicated to please stop fucking saying the game is dead when it's fucking not. Oh, which I agree with. The game is not dead. Like, I agree with needing to say this. I agree with Bungie for needing to say this. Yeah, the game is rather... I wouldn't say it's perfectly healthy, but I think it's much healthier than it has been in the past. And yeah, like after looking through all this, like we'll go through it a little bit more, but the only one that's kind of maybe needing tweaking is Trials, and I'd only argue that these should probably be even, like the same. You'd want to see it either medium, medium, or high, high. Otherwise, the mode itself kind of just begins to suffer, and then kind of just leads to all these, the game is dead or dying, or PvP's dead or dying, or Bungie doesn't know what they're doing with PvP nonsense kind of feedback. That loves to be spewed every season ad nauseum, but yeah, that's like the only kind of maybe this could be tweaked or touched up a little bit kind of thing. Just because this is like the same people, this is like very indicative of 3 stacks just ruining a lot of people's fun. They talk about that more later and how they're gonna try and alleviate that, but yeah, like this is absolutely a product of that, and that's what you're seeing in this data, even though like they're not. This is a very rundown and simplified version of the data, but yeah. An Iron Banner, high pop, high play, control, high pop, medium play. So a lot of people that signals a lot of people rotating in, but then they aren't staying for very long, right? But that's kind of fine. That's a casual mode. That's what you'd expect to see in a casual mode. You might say, well, then why does Iron Banner get high when it's kind of a still casual mode? Well, because it's also an event, and it's casual, but also not. Like, yes, the modes are casual beyond the foundation, but at first glance to people, there's more going on than normal, but that doesn't mean there any super amount of complexity. Sorry, just a moment, chat. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, so like that's an event, and it's yeah, Iron Banner kind of accomplishes both. It's an event that draws in everyone, but it's also kind of doing a little bit of like casual eventness with also like a little bit more like effort and time, like the title and other rewards. So it accomplishes both to a degree, which is why you see high pop, high playtime, and trials. I already spoke on that. Survival, medium, yeah, because people's kind of opinion on survival is kind of just there. And that also makes sense for a ranked mode. Like, people tend to continue their ranked climb when they're winning for a number of reasons, and then they tend to stop when they start losing, or at least lose one, if not like start losing a couple in a row. So like that tracks. Mayhem, high pop, low playtime, and yeah, that tracks because of just all the high pop. Yeah, the high pop, low playtime, just events, triumphs, bright dust, stuff like that. They also don't rotate through all that often. Well, no, I think momentum and mayhem rotate through reasonably frequently. But yeah, so that's why some of those are getting like lumped into a playlist, or different playlists. Private match, medium, low, medium, like, yeah, elimination, medium, low, low. Which, yeah, because I can't even think the last time I went into elimination. I go into Rumble now. Oh wait, unless elimination's the 1v1, I'm thinking Rumble is the 1v1. But yeah, it's Gorged, varies, low, yeah. And like event, more bright dust and triumph stuff. So some key takeaways. To no surprise, champions of both number of daily, weekly players and/or playtime per player are Iron Banner, Control, and Trials. Yup. Glorious Survival gets a decent pop and strong player time, and strong time per player. So so they consider medium strong then. Okay, good to know. So yeah, that's another kind of shot back at the people saying the game is dying, or the health of the game is deteriorating. It's like, no, like Bungie's pretty content and pretty happy with medium ranked play, interaction, and like playtime and average pop, because like, yeah, that would track even like regardless of people's opinions on a ranked mode or the state of a ranked mode. There's always more than enough new players that don't either have that opinion or don't give a shit about that opinion of the ranked mode maybe not being what they want. It's like that you'll maybe see this go up a little bit in with the ranked changes, because like that doesn't mean the ranked mode doesn't need help, but like, yeah, the mode is also fine in terms of player health, just otherwise somewhat difference of opinion in how it's done. Because I would also agree, like, while the current ranked system does work, like, to an extent, I think the newer ranked system we're getting will work just a little bit better, and people will be a little bit more happy with it and inclined to continue playing. I don't know if that's going to change any of this data largely, because, like, again, if you start losing a couple of games in a row, like, yeah, you're still going to stop playing. Then maybe take, like, a little bit to, like, either practice or come back later. That's going to put the population in a more weird spike, but it works well. Like, rotators, mixed bag. Yep, finally always on options, elimination, rumble, private. You think private match, since private match offers no extrinsic rewards, drops, bounties, would have the few players and least playtime, but you'd be wrong, very wrong. Yeah, and that's kind of like, yeah, that's because of what they said back here, where you can host small tournaments, play against your friends, or train up. Like, even in Counter-Strike, like 80 to 90% of the player base was off in the technically private matches. They weren't considered private matches. They could be thought of in the same, because that's what ESCA and FACEIT are. It's just private matches. They have your own specific individual reasons for running, without necessarily intrinsic in-game rewards. Like, there are in-game rewards for tournaments and other stuff like that, and other actual game hosted tournaments in Counter-Strike, but 90% of the people engaging in private matches, even in ESEA, aren't getting any extrinsic reward out of that. Like, the extrinsic reward, or the reward is an intrinsic skill reward and the rank going up itself. Similar to want to see big number go big or get big, like want to see our rank get a higher, want to see rank go up, want to see number go up, like this is want to see rank go up. So, but yeah. And that tracks for a lot of other actual really good FPSs that try to be competitive, is like private match time will sometimes dwarf. It's because you use private matches for like planning strategies or testing things as well, or scrims, or just general team chemistry at times. Like, you can use private matches for a lot. And yeah, so with those findings, they're moving the modes around. And based on our feedback of players generally enjoying Clash, they curated the playlists and whatnot based on our feedback and their desires as Bungie for what they want the mode to be. We'll be moving this mode to help focus player populations, invite more players to engage with solo Crucible combat. To engage in the solo Crucible combat of Rumble, we'll be moving this mode to our weekly rotator playlist a few times a season. So yeah, that's not, I don't love that on the surface, but like if it's gonna help people engage with it more, which will help people's skill just overall and generally, like, yeah, hell yeah, like I'm down, sure. Especially once they add the other tweaks that they've outlined here, I think it'll actually feel a lot better, because right now this is kind of the only place that we can test out builds in reasonable environments, or at least like standard trading kind of builds, or not trading builds, like standard 1v1 fights, because that's what a lot of even upper level PvP is taking or learning how to take 1v1s and win 1v1s, even with primary weapons, and so like that's what Rumble helps with. But with the above outlined Crucible changes and tweaks, like you could probably get that a lot easier in those other modes then, so you don't need Rumble for that necessarily, so then it becomes like what they want, like more of an actual weekly playlist, or more of just like a rotator playlist or mode, which is fine. And then elimination will be unique to trials or private match. Showdown has been moved to the competitive division playlist to give some variety as players climb. Yep. So that's good for the variety, but that becomes a little bit problematic with some of the other comp stuff later on, but we'll see. Like there's one specific pain point point that this hurts where you want the muscle memory, but yeah, we'll see. As always, we'll be monitoring conversation data. Yep. The Crucible reward. So in Season 19, there will be new triumphs and new title glories. And they go over some of their philosophy for what they were thinking of them creating it, for slaying, capturing, climbing through some of the divisions, which they talk about more later. So I wonder if we'll be able to guild this in the future, but this is probably just an early look at it for next season. So like earn Crucible ranks across all seasons, reset the Crucible ranks. So like all seasons will probably be one season, because they go on later to state how they want this to be like completable within a season, not multiple seasons. They didn't like current PvP multi-season triumphs. So some of these like all season things might change, or they might not. It might not work the way it seems on the surface, but so earn Crucible ranks, reset your rank, acquire medals in the Crucible Gold tier category, complete matches of different game types, complete your placement series, complete matches in the comp 3v3 playlist, earn points by completing objectives, achieve platinum division in any season, successfully complete a promotion series, which we will talk about more of those later. But yeah, and so on the surface, this looks like what? They just neutered the Unbroken title, but not really, because you still have to get to Plat, which, if we were to go off Destiny, the trackers numbers, because they use a similar Bronze, Silver, Gold, Plat, kind of Diamond, and then Master And then top 500 or GM kind of ranking system for the MMR. And Platinum is, I think, top 10%? It'd be top 20. It's either top 20 or top 10 in the game, so it's rather small. So, like, this is still gonna be... Like, not everyone's gonna have this title. It's not gonna be the easiest for the most casual PvP players to be able to get this necessarily each season if they want, right? Because they still have to play ranked. They still have to actually get to reasonably high/decent ratings in the ranked mode. And when it comes to guilding, we've taken a pass on the requirements for Unbroken to relieve stress. Win streaks and reaching specific glory thresholds and long fire. We will be challenging you to win a number of matches during a given season, reach the Adept Division for guilding. Okay, so like, yeah, as it's obviously not shown here, win maybe like 200 or 300 or X number of matches a season and reach the Adept Division, so that's the, just as a sneak peek, wait, show it here. That's essentially hitting top 500 to G. Oh no, it's not, sorry. That's Diamond equivalent. This would be like Master at the Ascendant. This would be like Diamond, Plat, Gold, Silver, Bronze, wait, Copper, Bronze, Silver, Gold. They have 8 things here. Why? You have 7 names, but 8 things. What? Okay, we're just gonna pretend that one doesn't exist, and this is Copper. Actually, wait. That's Silver, that's Gold, that's Plat, that's Adept, it's Ascendant. So this would be Bronze. So this is Copper. Yeah, so pretend that last symbol on the left doesn't exist. I don't know why that's here. Ignore that symbol. That symbol shouldn't... the symbol's not important for this discussion. But yeah, so you'll have to reach Diamond each season if you want to be able to guild the Glorious title, which is similar to the Unbroken, but it's a little bit more... less required on glory and win streaks. Although they still kind of force you to have win streaks in a way. Not in the traditional sense of a win streak, but yeah. And Lord Shaxx Ingram focusing, so next season we'll be able to focus Ingrams at Lord Shaxx like we do with Saint, Gambit, and Iron Banner. So Trials, Gambit, Iron Banner. Crucible Engrams, they'll have... I don't know who decided, or like why they decided to make it sound like a cryptocurrency, but I guess Crucible Engrams are going to be cryptocurrency based. So they have a virtual currency and live exclusively on the rank progress bar on Lord Shaxx. Like a rep system. Crucible Engrams may be opened individually by players directly on Shaxx. Crucible Gear focusing can also focus the Crucible Engrams directly into either Crucible Armor or Crucible Weapons. Crucible Gear focusing costs for Season 19, 1 Crucible Engram, 10,000 Glimmer, 50 Element, 50 Legendary Shards. Crucible Engrams do not need to be claimed in order to be spent on focusing. Interesting. Do that note later. Individual pieces of gear must have been acquired at least once before focusing. Yep, that's normal. Crucible Armor available for focusing in Season 19. Clutch X-Tool set. Oh, I misunderstood this when I messaged this to Evo. So this is the, I think current or last year's PvP set that they added. But it'd be nice to see this expanded to more older sets in the future, but there's also the legacy focusing they're adding, and so we'll have to see what that looks like. Crucible weapons available for focusing in 19, the current ones that are in the rotation. Brand new weapons are only available as drops during their intro season, during the season they're first introduced, and then are available for focusing the following season. So that's part of the reason why like Out of Bounds is allowed to be here, is because it released this season and they're launching focusing next season. The gun has already been in the game for 2 seasons, not the introductory season that Out of Bounds was put in the game. Other shacks changes. The Kill Tracker Ghost Shell. This is a nice little change. The Kill Tracker Ghost Shell will no longer appear at Lord Shacks if it's already been acquired. It may be reacquired from collections. Woo! So you will never, like, we permanently have this on our shacks, just because even if we collect it, right, it's like it has to stay in your inventory or in your vault, and it takes up space, and so I just delete it. So it just sits here, begging to be picked up. We never touch it. Yeah, so why they're changing this is the note on why they don't need to be claimed in order to focus. Making this change is convenient for us and lets us convenient for you and lets us more easily shift the main cost burden from lots of legendary shards and glimmer to multiple engrams, which yeah, I kind of agree with, and, yeah. That's a different way of doing it instead of just lowering the cost, because the cost amounts aren't necessarily bad even though they're kind of high, but like when that's all focusing is, like, yeah, sometimes you save up 40 engrams and you just want to roll 3 or 4 anyway, like. While the current costs are similar to Gambits, expect a larger focusing rebalance pass with Lightfall. So like what I was saying, if you have like 40 engrams waiting in the or on the vendor to reset, if you want to focus without using legendary shards and glimmer, you can maybe pay like 10 of those engrams to focus, and so then your 40 becomes 4 focusing, if you don't want to use legendary shards and glimmer. A way to save. I don't know if it'll be that expensive, but like that's just a way to give you an idea. That's just an example. Additionally, we'll be looking at ways for players to earn older Crucible armor sets through focusing in Season 20. Yeah, so like possibly the Legacy focusing, or just adding more sets to this later in Season 20 with Lightfall. They previously announced Legacy focusing for Trials, Nightfall, and Iron Banner. This applies to armor sets as well. If you've been asking for the return of the Exile armor set, or the... Oh no, so, okay, yeah, what I was telling Evo is right still, never mind, just not for next season. Exile armor set or eyeballing some older Iron Banner pieces. We're looking forward to having those available once more. Stay tuned. Yeah. And then next season's Iron Banner mode, Fortress, which I think this will be pretty cool, at least from the screenshot. They don't give us too much info, but they're putting some ads in PvP. Hell yeah. And yeah, so they brought Rift and Eruption, and they're continuing the tradition by introducing unique spins on existing modes. For Season 19, they're introducing Fortress. Fortress is a spin-off of Zone Control. The real fun begins for this when Keitel gets involved, but they aren't getting too deep. They only say it launches on January 3rd, and looks like we're going to be capping a hill, or maybe, like, saying capping a hill and looking at the photo, the ground is raising, so maybe the longer you stay there, the more the like ground actually moves up in the air or something. And then maybe you also get like defending ads or whatnot that hit other players, like, I don't know. But it'll be cool. Then next season Iron Banner rewards, so old armor from D1 coming back, which fuck yeah. That'll be nice for Warlock for the helmet, and gotta see about the... Yeah, I gotta see that bond, gloves, and boots. The chest piece kind of looks aight, but I don't know, it gives me a lot of Starfire Protocol vibes outside of the arms. But yeah, I really want that Titan set though. The Titan one looks tight. Maybe the Hunter one with the hood. Like, we'll get all the armor anyway, but like, I'm digging the Titan one. They're changing up some matchmaking techniques, so fire team based matchmaking. Starting next season, they'll be testing a quick play matchmaking parameter that should excite many of you. Fire team based matchmaking, woo! So At a high concept, this means your fire team's makeup should match your opponents. If you join a matchmaking queue as a full team of 6, you should generally match against another full team. Depending on how long you wait in matchmaking, you might start a match against free team or 5 plus a solo. If you wait longer, you might start against a fire team of 4 plus a duo or 2 solos. If you're a smaller fire team, you might match in a larger fire team against 2 fire teams of similar sizes, or against all smaller fire teams. As with all our other matchmaking parameters explained there, fire-based matchmaking can be as loose or as strict as we want. For quick play, we will be fairly generous, allowing slightly mismatched fire teams if skill is similar and connections are fast. But once they have enough testing and time to test them, they're going to roll them out for like Iron Banner, Trials, thank you, and whatnot, because this is a big thing that's going to help Trials in the next, with Lightfall, so the next year, is it's going to cut down on the need for freelance, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, freelance as a mode isn't necessarily a bad thing, but with how things are currently set up without fire team based matchmaking, Trials of Osiris becomes a 3-stack like owning field where you have to 3-stack, or it feels like you have to 3-stack in order to win, because there's no fire team based matchmaking, and solos will almost always get grouped with other solos against a 3-stack and just get rolled, or like 6-stack versus solos in Iron Banner, and then more playlists. But yeah, so it'll take a little bit of time, but that'll be nice to see introduced into PvP like Trials. That'll give the card-based matchmaking more validity as well. Even if they don't go to like a bracket system and they stick with a punch out, like, this still helps it a lot. And then yeah, trying to improve connection on the high end, monitoring and adjusting loose SBMM settings that will apply to quick play. Or we're seeing better matches for many players. We're also seeing issues with player connections when getting into higher skill bands. To address this, we're planning to roll out a second new matchmaking feature. Yes, our programmers and tech designers have been busy, called Dynamic Skill Ranges. Yeah. At a high level, this feature increases the skill window our system looks for when matchmaking if you're on a low skill population bracket or using a particularly low population time, i.e. 2:30 AM. The intention here is to increase the window enough to give those playing at a low population times additional good connections without harming the skill. My only reason to be hesitant is it's hard for computers to have enough info to properly define skill. Even while like MMR and whatnot works reasonably well, I don't know if it works so well to a degree you can give it its own range and even more power over that kind of stuff. I hope it accomplishes this, because from someone who likes playing at random times, like 2:30 AM Pacific, it'd be nice if this actually helps, but yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait and see how this is in the live, in the game, before really saying it's good or bad. And then yeah, coming out a little later because of holidays and whatnot, so sometime in January with Beyond Light launch, or post Beyond Light launch. Alright, Twitter suspensions. During Season 18's rollout of SBMM, we applied a competitive quitter penalty to the Quick Play playlist to help ensure that all skill brackets were getting their fair and competitive matches. Although it was done as an emergency measure, we eventually made it so that Quick Play had its own quitter tracking system and didn't share the one used with competitive and trials, which, yep, that's a good thing. And for next season, they made the changes, lowered the amount of suspension time handed out for serial quitting, added the amount of time remaining to all suspension messages. That's really good for, and made the messages trigger when clicking on the node. Cool. If you want to know how much time you have left before you can play again, the information is now available. That's pretty good. I'm gonna lie. I've never been really slapped with any quitter penalties, but yeah, that's a pretty nice change. People should probably know how long they can't play the game for. if they're being forced away from the game by like a penalty or something. Right? And as we continue to roll out both of the matchmaking techniques, which addresses the player feedback, we'll be reevaluating the need for quitter penalty and quick play at all. Yeah, because like to some extent the quitter penalty is needed if people are still leaving a lot of matches like they were before. Because again, like, why is the quitter penalty needed right now? People are even before SBMM, people were leaving like it got worse with SBMM, but it still happened before SBMM. But with SBMM, it gets exacerbated a little bit more. But people leave matches if they don't feel like the match is a match they want to play. So like either they feel like they're going to get stomped, or they feel like they cannot stomp on other players or enough other players, right? Or to them, it's not quote unquote a competitive match, even though it's quick play. Oops. And so, like, people would leave matches to reset it, but then, like, you'd be like, okay, then it just fills people in from other matches that are quitting, and you get people into the matches they want, except it doesn't happen that fast, and there's a pretty good chance that even the people they found to fill into the playlist aren't interested in sticking around that match, especially depending on the score. Like, no matter, like, what kind of, gameplay they're looking at it or looking for in that quick play or in that mode, like, quick play for this. No matter what kind of gameplay they're looking for in quick play, like if you're just like losing, or if it's not necessarily a close score when you get in, like people are more likely to leave, which ruins the match overall for the rest of the people in there, because now like one team or both teams are always down 1 or 2 players, and more people leave because it's not an actual like 6v6 anymore, and so then like it just spirals. It'd be nice if this helps not need like a quitter penalty, but I think to some extent there will always be a need for at least a small quitter penalty to avoid people from trying to handpick their own quick play experience without going into like private matches or whatnot. That's why like the quitter penalty is needed, is because people were over, even before SBMM, again, people were over curating and tuning their own quick play experience, which resulted in matches only having like 3 to 4 players in each team in a 6v6 because people were leaving all the time, and the people that they were filling in were also then immediately leaving because either the match score was so imbalanced because of the different team number balance, or they just themselves were not interested in whatever that quick play was because they're also curating their quick play experience to such a specific degree that it's unreasonable for them to like, or for Bungie to be able to fill those matches, right? And so I think this might need to exist to a small degree forever, but we'll see. Then yeah, they're gonna continue being transparent about matchmaking changes. Yep, thank you. Trials. So a little bit more on trials, because this is where I think the fire team-based matchmaking will help the most. Because it'll hopefully reduce, like what we were talking about earlier, where it's 3 stack versus 3 solos, or something like that always, because even during peak times, it's just 3 stacks owning people, or just 3 stacks card resetting to just stat farm and whatnot. And yeah, this will hopefully reduce that, because people can still do that. But now, similar to like quick play, if you do that, you're gonna run into people of more equal skill, and so it'll quote unquote be sweatier, which means they won't be able to stat farm as easily as 3 stack. So if they want to stat farm, they can. They'll have to actually put a lot more effort into that stat farm. They just can't stat farm. They won't be able to stat farm the like quote unquote lowest KD or like lowest end of the card or whatever. The like easiest quote unquote players to stat farm in that instance. And then this also helps reduce the actual need for freelance node, because while a freelance node is currently needed, like the freelance node is a semi-solution without needing fire team-based matchmaking, but the freelance node feeds into the problem as well. Like, a freelance node necessitates the need for solos or freelance people to not play trials when there is not a freelance node, because then it just cycles back into that 3 stack versus solo stomp. But then that in and of itself also contributes to the issue as to why it's 3 stack for solo stomp, is because there's not enough 2 stacks or solos to actually like fill properly, and so it always just ends up as a 3 stack versus solo stomp. It's like it's a never-ending spiral within itself, essentially. So it'll be nice to see this added into trials. I think good little change. Yeah. And they'll still match solos, so what it'll look like next season is solos can match to solos or fill in for teams of duos. I don't know if this will be exclusively like fire teams of 3 will only match fire teams of 3, but even if it's even if this is like 80 to 90% of the time fire teams of 3 will match fire teams of 3, like I think that'll be good enough. That fixes the fairness issue. 'Cause yeah, like fire teams of 3 won't always be able to stomp solo queue or like solo 3s, like 3 solo players, but they have inherent advantages that make it less fair to begin with, and so yeah, it'll be nice to see this change. Won't be in season, yeah, so we won't have changes to the flawless pool for season 19 working paradigm. That removes the flawless pool. Ooh, I like that. I like the removal of the flawless pool, but still provides protection for players working on trials rep cards. Yeah, so this is also another reason like the flawless pool exists, is because something like this hasn't existed, right? The freelance node and flawless pool are an attempt to solve the fire teams of 3 stomping and only ever facing fire teams of 3 solos, and so you don't need flawless pools often if people can, or if people can't. Sorry, you won't need flawless pool if people still choose to reset cards to quote-unquote stat farm if they want, but they aren't able to quote-unquote stat farm in the same way they are now, because when they reset a card, they'll be facing other teams either doing the same, or other people that are within a more fair and even playing field, and so like they can't stat farm to them the lower end of the card or the perceived worse players in this situation, because the fire team of 3 currently has a much higher advantage inherently than 3 solos. So with changes like this, you don't need flawless pool, because the flawless pool was to stop people that had already gone flawless from, because like that's what then started the card resetting thing that we see now, right? It's the people not wanting to deal with flawless pool sweats. And so this isn't the same as people dealing with flawless pool sweats, but you won't have that inherent unfairness if you're a fire team of 3 versus solos, where you have an advantage as a fire team of 3. You have a significant or an inherent advantage as a fire team of 3. But yeah, this is going to be ongoing through next year, because Season 20 is beginning of Lightfall. They'll have a Trials Labs, but they've also said fire team-based matchmaking won't be introduced in the beginning with oh no, sorry, that will be with Lightfall for Trials of Osiris with the Trials Labs. There just won't be Trials FBMM next season, my bad. So it will be here in Lightfall, not throughout the year, but immediately with Lightfall. Cool. And then also Trials Labs, so I'm cool to see what that's going to be about. Maybe new game mode, Rift, Trials Rift. That'd be pretty cool. And then yeah, we'll be getting more new maps in PvP next year, similar to this year though, but the map types are going to be different. So like this year they tried to pit maps from D2 and D1 that were a little bit more larger and more favorable for like pulses, scouts, sniping, longer range stuff. So much so that like they even made a map based around that as well. And next year they'll be bringing back 2 more maps from earlier in D2, and they've started the production of the brand new map coming next year. And since they've started production, I think they've talked about in the past a PvP map either takes 6 to 9. It either takes 6 or 9 months of total dev time to get put into the game. So like from concept, from first idea concept until it's actually playable by everyone in game. I think it's either 6 or 9 months for a PvP map. And with seasons being about 3 months each, we could see this in season 21, I think. I think maybe with Lightfall. I doubt it would be with Lightfall. With like season 20. If it was, I could bet maybe near like the end of Lightfall. It wouldn't be like a part of the entire season. It would be like something snuck in at the end, or like, haha, surprise, PvP map, end of season, huzzah, kind of thing, right? But otherwise, probably season 21. If not, for sure by 22. Yeah, and they're looking for more people to help create Destiny content. Alright, some of the PvP comp stuff. So they're getting rid of the glory, and part of it's because it's fallen behind in the rewards it's fallen behind in the rewards department since they sunset all the pinnacle weapons in their quests. Additionally, it was built into a hybrid skill persistent model to enable more players to get to the top ranks than you normally expect on the bell curve. Yeah, because it wasn't like a true ranked mode. Like once you hit 5500 or you get close enough to 5500 that you're happy with it, or you get your like weapon, or you push whatever like triumph, like you're just done. Like versus a rank system like this, and you can ask, okay, how is that different than a player that sits up here from at Ascendant, essentially Master, from deciding that they then don't have to continue any further on, but they can just sit there and hold that spot? Well, there's a skill deflation and inflation, and so if you don't play for like X amount of time, or like X amount of weeks or whatever, or days, your skill will deteriorate, or your rank will deteriorate. But yeah, stuff like that doesn't happen now, and so you can kind of pick it up wherever, and there aren't any real separation, any meaningful separations between the ranks. It's just the glory system feels the same as the non-glory rep system. It's just for the glory system only, or the glory playlist, survival like comp playlist only. And we knew we had to revisit the reward structure as well as fit the ranking system to more closely reflect players' skill. We also wanted to create something that would be familiar to players of other competitive games in multiple genres while adding our own flair. Yes, this is another stop comparing Destiny only to itself within a void. Like, other games exist. It's okay to think of and grab ideas from other games and think on them, or think about how they could or might work in Destiny. Doesn't mean they have to, but doesn't mean you can't ignore them or should ignore them. Goals for the competitive division. All players can find a variety of balanced matches and feel competitive. A player's PvP division is a core part of their Guardian's identity. A little bit curious on how deep they want to go with that, because like that sounds pretty deep, but then like the only like actual part of the identity here is which rank you have, which might be able to be displayed on emblems and maybe on the kill tracker ghost or in some other small places, but it's hard for people to see that and for it to actually feel part of that Guardian identity then. So it'd be interesting to see how they build on that. Maintain places in the ecosystem not engaged in ranked play but still have decently balanced matches, or not engaged in skill-based matchmaking at all. Yeah, so like what they were outlining above. So this is to help cut down on the sweats feeling like they need to go into control in order to even have fun, quote unquote, which then ruins the actual goal of that mode being more casual based and casual to begin with, because then it becomes like a pseudo comp. And yeah, so season 19, removing glory, adding 3v3 ranked playlist, woo, which is a true ladder based system. But they say that, but like when they came up here, where was it? They've just been contradicting what they've been saying about SBMM and everything throughout here. So I think some things are just getting lost in translation. Where is it? Yeah, this new SBMM setting that was developed or using concepts from loose SBMM but tightened. Like that's not what a true ladder-based system from other games is. Like you can take StarCraft and their MMR system, or Rocket League and their MMR system. Same kind of thing. Like that's maybe what they're what they're trying to like get to or say, but they're dancing around it very hard. Or I feel it at least feels like they're dancing around that. Because from what they've said, like, that it conflicts with what a true ladder-based system is for ranked. Like that's even Counter-Strike in its MMR, or ESEA in its MMR, right? Like that MMR that's even different than the Destiny tracker MMR that you can see for comp and all these other playlists that they have, right? Those are maybe not true ladder-based, but they're a lot closer to true ladder-based systems, because they don't have tightened SBMM on them. They're more so relying on that MMR, which is a type of SBMM, but it's not, I would argue, a specifically tight one. Because it's like you're tied to that number, which is maybe the tight aspect of it, but that number is very, like that number has more meaning than just the one specific number tied to at that moment, whether you can be tied to, which is why like MMR varies wildly at times within like certain ranges. So like within a Adept to Ascendant range, MMR for players might vary wildly for a few seasons until people get used to like rivals or other people's skill, like in other competitive matches or games, right? But you won't see that kind of variance from like Ascendant to Gold, or from like Plat to Bronze, right? Generally only happens on like smaller subsections of the ranks. And then they're gonna be 7. Again, ignore this leftmost symbol. I don't know why this leftmost symbol is here. They only have 7 divisions here, and there's 8 symbols. But assuming this is Ascendant, this would be Ascendant, Adept, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze, Copper. That symbol doesn't need to be here, or it's just a like this is the comp playlist symbol, right? But with how it's presented, it looks like it's one of the divisions, and not actually defining the comp playlist. Like it looks like it's defining a division, not the comp playlist as a whole. So all the symbols are based off of that. Our goal is to provide players with ladders to climb and divisions to achieve, giving a more accurate representation of skill than our current glory system. Players who surpass Gold and begin to chip away at Platinum, Adept, Ascendant will represent some of the best groups of players that our community has to offer. Yep, because I don't know what it is at Gold. Gold might be top 30 or 40% of the community, but I think Platinum is top 20. Adept, I believe, if Platinum's not top 20, it's top 10. Adept would be either top 10 or top 5, and then Ascendant would I want to say Ascendant would be top 1%, because you still need like a Grandmaster top 500 here, but I don't know if you actually need that. Ascendant's just going to kind of act that way, and the reason I say they don't necessarily need that is because they made up for that by having Copper, one thing lower than like a traditionally thought of lowest rank, right? Bronze. That'll give a little bit more weight to the lower end of the field than it will the higher end. So this kind of acts, even though this is your master, this acts as kind of your master and grandmaster, without needing to like add an extra like top 500 or grandmaster rank or anything. We'll see. But yeah, and this is so now they're going to talk about how we climb the ladder. So this is where some of the pain points with why having a rotating playlist in the 3v3 competitive division playlist is kind of a new pain point, even though it'll help. Even though it's not meant to be a pain point, because to add variety, it's going to act as a pain point because of stuff like this that will be outlined here. One particular thing, at least. At the start of the season, You'll begin a placement series during which you will not gain any division rating for the first 7 games. Yep, placement games. After the 7th game, you complete the placement series or place into a division based on skill for the first season. So this is where I think things are getting lost in translation. I feel like this should say MMR, or I feel like they mean MMR, because they're using skill and MMR as anagrams for each other, even though they're not saying MMR, but they're saying MMR through like all their skill-based matchmaking and all their different matchmaking tweaks outside of like fire team-based matchmaking. Any of those fire team matchmakings that are changed based on any amount of skill is also kind of referencing just MMR. And so like this doesn't, even though they've outlined again skill in the game, skill is like, this is kind of being too broad, too general. You need to be more specific in an instance, because that's why people don't like placements, a lot of placement games and the placement series and other games. It's because it's too broad in general of what it defines as a skill. And so you can win all 7 matches, or win, like even in Overwatch you have like 10 placements or 15, I think. Some games get really high. I think Valorant might be 15 or 20 for its placement. Like some games are really high for that, but you can still win all 20 or all 10, 15, 20 of those games and you still get placed bronze or silver. And it's like, what? Even though, and you can top frag, you can win all of them, top frag, have a massive, like, quote unquote, all the like trackable skill stats that computers would look at, that they use for MMR in those instances, right? But I don't know. Like, I think it's also probably leaning on this. For this first season, the highest you'll be placed is Gold 3. In future seasons, you'll be placed closer to your previous competitive division, which is how other placement series work in other games. But that's because at that point, it's not taking in your actual current skill fully into account. It's putting a shitload of weight on your previous skill. Because even though there's like rank decay and everything for not playing for like X amount of weeks or whatever, like that doesn't mean, like, while your skill does physically decay if you don't play the game for a little while, that you can still relearn those skills much faster than someone who hasn't already gotten or is familiar with those kinds of skills. And so I don't know, I've always felt weird about systems like this because they seem contradictory and like they don't actually help very much. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, I don't know, at least on the surface that's how they seem. Because then if it's going to place you close to your previous competitive division after the first season, well, what's the point of the placement matches to begin with then? Because your placement matches, like, if it's going to, depending on how close, right, that range is, you could lose all your placement matches, you could leave all your placement matches and throw them to force the L, where your stats are literally 0 all the time, and you'll still be maybe within the same division or one division lower, right? So if you're normally sitting at Master, i.e. Ascendant, and then you just throw all 7 of your placement matches by leaving, maybe like the lowest you'll be placed for then, or for that season, for just being placed, is Adept. Like, just from like a time and grinding perspective, a lot of players will do that. That's what you saw in Overwatch, because they like, Overwatch has done both of these. They've done the rating system where after the first 7 games it puts you in a bracket based on very weird and overly broad skill definitions, but then they've swung too hard the other way as well and trying to fix that in the past in Overwatch by placing you very close, or rather close, to your previous competitive division, irregardless of your placement series. Because that's kind of what inherently comes out of placing you closer to your previous competitive division, is you kind of just throw out some of those placement series matches, the new ones, each season. But we'll see. Because yeah, otherwise then it's kind of like what you have in Trials of the card resetting, except it's not used to stomp, it's just used to get to where you want faster and more efficiently and consistently. So that, because in ranked systems like this, even when they reset each season, people want to be at the top, just to sit there, so that they, if anything else, can either just feel good about it because it's part of like their guardian identity, and or because they don't want to, like, it's a similar to like a triumph goal. They want, like how it is now, they get it, they want it because it's part of their identity, which is perfectly fine, but they don't necessarily want to be playing 24/7 up at the Ascendant level, right? They just want to be in the Ascendant range. They just want to be able to be recognized as like one of the best players in the game, which is fine for the guardian identity, right? That might seem a little egotistical, but like you need a little bit of that for an actual ranked system. Like that's the purpose of a ranked system. So like that's, now that doesn't mean like that's an excuse to go buck wild with all that as like the player and get super egotistical about your rank setting or rank placement or like actual rank throughout the season, right? But yeah, it's, if you want an actual ranked mode, you can't shy away from that, like what they were trying to do with Glory by avoiding that issue entirely, but it didn't really. But yeah, we'll see how this works and plays out. We'll see. They have more data and numbers and stuff they can tweak on their end than I can think of right now, and so maybe they can make something around this that does work reasonably well. Obviously, maybe not perfect, like it's hard to get a perfect system in anything, but like something that at least accomplishes both of what they're trying to do here, where like get placement serious if you're not a PvP player, or if you're just gonna jump in every other season or something like that, or occasionally like an ultra casual competitive player, right? Then this will be true. But if you're in there every season, like a PvP sweat or PvP main, like you'll be placed pretty close to your previous, and then this will be accomplished without being oppressive to new players, because that's the other reason this is kind of bad, or inherently why it hurt Overwatch in instances inherently. It's because it forced some of the newer players to almost never improve, because while some players do improve by playing other players of equal or slightly better skill, there is an equal, if not slightly, ever so slightly less populated group of players that also grows and learns from facing significantly better players than themselves, or at the very least reasonably better, so more than like a tier, which is why in some of these ranked games you see tier systems that will give like 3 rank wide variance. So if you're an Ascendant solo queuing and you're going to face other solo queues, you might face platinum solo queues that are really cracked platinums, or people in platinum that are going for like rank up games, or getting close to like Plat 3 or Adept 1, or no, sorry, Platinum 1 or Adept 3, right? Because just that variance, but yeah. Like, where that fell with Overwatch, to like how I'm trying to tie that back to that, is you would then, any players outside of that basic skill band or that matchmaking queue would then kind of get almost gate capped out of there, because there's such a massive fucking skill jump that it's almost like it's an entirely another separate ranked system or ranked mode. And that's kind of how Counter-Strike felt originally, and why people eventually part of the reason why people eventually drifted to ESEA and Face It. That's a multifaceted issue with a large number of very important but very different reasons as to why people did that. A part of that reason is because once you hit about let's see, I forgot, it's been a while since I've looked at CSGO ranks, I can't remember specific names. But once you hit about oh, it is DMG. I couldn't remember if that title was actually DMG or it is. But once you hit about, well, so Counter-Strike worked in this way, but without seasons in a sense, and without overtly obvious placement matches. Like, there were placement matches, but they didn't tell you they were placement matches, kind of thing, like wink wink nudge nudge. But what it also did is it made insane skill separations within the groups, even outside of like the visuals. So like all silvers would be of a reasonably similar skill level, but there isn't any big difference between Silver 1 and between a Silver 1 and between Silver Elite Master. So a Silver Elite has equal to just as much, if not just as little, however you want to view it, skill as a Silver 2 or Silver 3, right? Because even though like it's 6 different skill bands, because of how it was set up and designed originally with like the SBMM or whatever ladder-based system they had at the time, like it grouped skill bands into weirder aspects of the ranking system than the individual ranks themselves. It started grouping them into specific rank groups. So like all of Silver again as a group, then Gold Nova as a group. And some of it works just because of the title, but it gets a little bit more complicated later. But and all the golds, again, like a Gold 1, there was skill difference between a Gold 1 and a Gold 4, but not really. Like it's like the skill difference between the two, you could argue, is also chalked up to RNG and just specific playtime interest and playtime. So like if you play more, you're more likely to get matches that you're sorry. So like the theory with that is if you're a Gold Nova 1 that's an equal skill to a Gold Nova Master, you might just not be playing as often, or you might just get unlucky matches where your teammates, because again, there's still like, as a Gold Nova 1, you can queue into matches as solo with or against Silver Elite solos, right? Versus a Gold Nova Master, because it's higher, just inherent higher rank than Gold Nova. With how the bands worked, you could maybe get a Silver Elite Master solo, like that would also be queued against you. That was very rare, and that was about the lowest it would drop. You're more likely to get a bunch of Nova 2, Nova 3s in a Nova 4 game, or an MG1 or MG2, if not even a MGE. And so that goes back to like that skill band stuff with how close it actually places you with your previous competitive division. And again, CSGO didn't outwardly do that. It didn't reset your rank every season. That happened anyway. Right? And so how you do the SBMM and how you place people compared to their closer or previous competitive divisions matters, because there is like this still somewhat happens today, still in Counter-Strike, even after they've tried to correct that. But one of the largest things that helps that, which they'll also talk about later, is rank decay. So like if, like for example, I've hit Global and Supreme in Counter-Strike, but that was years ago, and so I guarantee if I loaded up Counter-Strike right this moment, my rank would be somewhere around like Silver 3 to Silver 1 right now. Not because like last time they have placement matches now, and once I got through my placement matches, they do something similar to this as well, but it would place me down here in the Silver 3 to Silver 1 category, because that's where my rank was previously because of the rank decay. Last time I actually had a rank, or last time it had any amount of data for the rank, even though the data was me playing matches up here, like it takes into that rank decay into account, and so it'll place me maximum after my placement games, no matter how well I do, like Silver 3. But again, that's kind of an issue, because that leads to like Smurfs and people not, that leads to like an over sweatification of certain lobbies, which then also leads again to like the different skill separations at weird points of the bracket, because once we get beyond Gold Nova, you have actually multiple different skill bands overlapping within similar ranks settings or rank ratings. So you have like the MGs, but the MGs will also extend into the DMGs for similar ranks in terms of similar skill. So like a DMG can be just as skillful, if not worse, than an MG1, just because of, again, like MG1 to some extent might not be playing as often, or they're getting paired with teammates that can't keep up, and or they themselves aren't in the mindset of how these players are playing, and so it's harder for them to be able to synergize and actually work with them as a team than like a DMG. And so in terms of actual skill, MG1s can have just as much, if not more skill than DMGs. And so like that's part of that little skill band. But then it gets even weirder because DMGs are also part of the Legendary Eagle skill bands. Because all these three are also a skill band, because even though like a DMG can be just as, if not worse, than a Master Guardian, that can still be true for Legendary Eagle Master players, but not to the same degree. So a Legendary Eagle Master player is you're not going to find a Legendary Eagle Master player that is inherently worse than the game or has general worse gunplay or otherwise actual quote-unquote skill in the game than an MG1, because of the amount or the type of players they're playing with regularly, right? It's that idea of, if you just play with players that are significantly better than you for a long enough amount of time, eventually, even if you're getting shit on 99% of the time, it's gonna slowly start swinging back to a more to benefiting you with that kind of skill, because at some point, even if you don't physically start it, you do learn things and you pick up little tips and tricks, and you become used to playing with people of that play style. So then you become more able to adapt and readily fight against and start holding your own, right? Similar effect happens in Trials right now versus Comp. Like if you sit at an upper end of a Trials card with 7 wins with infinite amount of losses, and you just play those games over and 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 over again, even if you're losing 90% of them, so even if you're losing 90% of those games at that upper echelon of the skill bracket, if you try and go play something like Comp, or then reset your card and play some of the early Trials games, well, yes, you'll get hit with some of that unfairness of 3-stack versus solo. While yes, that's happening, you'll also notice you play a lot better in ways, and you're competing against people you wouldn't have otherwise thought you'd be able to compete, because you're getting some skills from playing and getting stomped by these players 24/7. That's partially how I moved up in CSGO ratings, is by either going on ESEA or Faceit and playing players significantly better than me, because I couldn't physically play them because of my current actual physical skill, or not skill, my actual physical rank at the time. And so I needed a way to subvert that to some degree, to be able to learn a little bit better, right? It's learning, that's almost like getting a tutor or a coach or trainer for the game to learn, except you're doing it through a secondary matchmaking, or a private match system. Same kind of concept. And then to continue with the weirdness of the CSGO ranks, it gets even weirder, because again, Legendary Eagle will almost always, if not 10 out of 10, beat a full team of Master Guardian elites, just because they're used to playing in an entirely different level. That while you can argue that doesn't mean it's more skillful than Master Guardian elite players. There's a lot more that goes into it with strats and smokes and specific ways you're taking lanes or taking fights or winning 1v1s or not winning 1v1s or taking trades or the economy. There's a lot more that gets into a lot of that at the higher echelons. And so even if an LGM is quote unquote less skilled than an MG1 in terms of gunplay or whatever, LEM can normally pull up and lean on some of their economy or other game knowledge that they have from just existing in this upper skill echelon for so long, to win out those matches, just because MG1s aren't familiar with seeing it. It's kind of what I'm doing right now with builds to other people in PvP, and what people consider cheese, right? Which is why the current Destiny definition of cheese doesn't make much sense, because by that logic, by the community's cheese logic, any player that then brings any amount of skill or strategy from this kind of skill echelon, if they're getting matched or playing against a player in a lower skill echelon that is not facing any situations like that, that's then seen as cheese, because it's not going to always win, but it's going to have a almost unfair advantage, because you have such a deeper understanding of the game, right? I have so many different builds I can swap between in a Trials match or in a Comp match, that to some degree I can just throw so much shit at you and there's no way you can keep up, right? Same kind of idea here. And that's important because, like I said, there's more than one skill separation here. So again, DMG is lumped in with the LEM like skill bracket setting, and you will, as DMG, you will face LEMs a lot of the time, and as an LEM you will face DMGs occasionally, or solos and like groups of DMGs, right? Because it's part of that skill bracket. But but again, MG1 can still be just as, if not more skilled than a DMG, because of stuff like this in the system, with it putting them near their already previous ranks, and so it kind of over solidifies the rank system and doesn't give people enough room to breathe in this many ranks, even though like there's a ton of ranks. What do you mean there's not enough room to breathe? Well, because you're sucking all the air out of the room. Where is it? Yeah, you're sucking all the air out of the room by placing people are already near the upper ends of the like rank list. And again, it gets weirder because there's two more. Well, yeah. So there's at least two more groups beyond Legendary Eagle that then get into matchmaking weirdness. So LEMs and Supremes are another little matchmaking group. They'll obviously separate into the other two, but because it's at such a high point of the skill echelon, it's gonna try and matchmake you among like the other two groups that are closest to your percentage of players, and so it's not gonna try and group you with players from DMG because it's an entire percentage point, almost an entire percentage point of players above LEM, and so that's an entire different like skill argument. And like that, it might now include all three of these, because like Eagles are definitely their own because they're essentially the same, but because Supreme and Global differences are so massive like that, Supremes get lumped into a lot of Eagle matches or LEM matches as well. And so it creates like, while yes, this is its own skill separation kind of bracket, so is LEMs with Supreme, and so is Supreme with Global, because Globals won't queue into LEM matches. They sometimes will if the LEMs are grouped with a bunch of Supremes, but Globals about 60% of the time will only face other Globals, and the other 40% of the time they'll only face other Supremes. But that doesn't mean, again, Supremes don't face Legendary Eagles and the other two ratings of the Legendary Eagle. And part of that reason, like it happened before these things were introduced, but introducing these things into Counter-Strike reinforced that behavior and made it a little bit worse, which continued to push people to ESEA and face it. I'm not claiming this is an easy thing to necessarily nail, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. And with how people in the community, in the PvP community, lack the desire to have real discussions over this kind of thing, it's gonna be hard to actually have those kinds of discussions. We'll see. But yeah, I know there are Counter-Strike fans that work for Bungie. They've posted about like some games they grew up on and have played, and a couple of them tweeted out like Counter-Strike Source and CS:GO and what. So I know at the very least they're aware of, and they are at least trying to understand like why those systems work and or fail. And so I think like that's the most you could ask for. Just that Bungie tries their best. But so as you compete in the competitive division, your division rating is adjusted based on 4 factors. So these are the 4 major factors that are going into your skill, and how they're defining your MMR degree, which is why I think this is skill is being used as a placeholder for MMR or as an analog for MMR, because these are the 4 factors that will determine your skill and your placement in a division based on your placement series wins or losses, because of these 4 factors, and one of those 4 factors is whether or not you win or lose. And then you've got the division inflation, deflation, how far above or below your division is compared to your skill. So like that's kind of going back to what we were saying with Counter-Strike, like with the MMR. Yeah, you've got the MMR and the quote-unquote skill of Adept or an Ascendant, but your division rating is like an Adept or an Ascendant, but are you actually demonstrating the skill and the consistent skill and gameplay of an Adept or Ascendant, the degree that like they're trying to get? right, with against other players of similar skill, or of similar like match outcome, match performance, and player to lobby skill delta. So match performance, how well you perform, so like the numbers outside of the just win or lose, and then player to lobby skill delta, how your skill compares to everyone else in the match. And so that's like the MMR differences, so like what we were talking about with like the different skill brackets for groupings here, with like LEM and Eagle, or with the Eagle versus MG versus DMG versus Supreme and Global, and how those all overlapped or sometimes didn't overlap or did overlap based on percentages. And the player to lobby, like that's that player to lobby skill delta, but in a less technical way, less technical explanation. And then as you earn and lose division ranking, so this is where the variety, the playlist variety, comes in as a pain point or as a potential issue / worry. If you gain enough rating to move up between subdivision, i.e. from gold 1 or from gold 2 to gold 1, automatically enter the next subdivision. Same goes for moving down subdivisions. That is only true for subdivision. If you gain enough rating to move up a division from gold 1 to platinum 3, so if you go from gold to plat, you enter a promotion series, and so an even more specific set of games where you must win 2 out of 3 games to be promoted. So like almost another mini bracket outside of trials, right? So why is that a potential issue? Because that's also how you move down divisions through regulation series, where you must win 2 out of 3 games to remain in your current division. And so the variety there means, at least for a while in the beginning, especially because people have adverse feelings to builds right now and consider a lot of build crafting to be cheese. Like this is gonna hurt a lot of players because of that variety, because they'll get like they'll enter their regulation or promotion series, and then they'll get, or so, how do I word this? Alright, so imagine you're going through gold to plat, or gold to silver, right? You're trying to hit plat 3. You're just 1 week or 1 day you're trying to hit plat 3. You're starting gold 3 and you just want to hit that plat 3. Go through, you hit your gold 2, you hit your gold 1, but then you just get a string of terrible match RNG where it's just rift, or insert one of the 3 game modes here that is your least favorite / least skillful / one you don't enjoy interacting with in a comp way very much, right? You just get match after match after match after match after match after match after match of that, and so you just plummet from gold 3 or from gold 1 all the way back down to gold 3. And then now you're all of a sudden entering a regulation series. So now you have to win 2 out of 3 games to even remain in gold 3, just simply because you got hit with a bad string of RNG and like match RNG. And while I'm using game mode as a thing here, like there's more than just game mode variety that can contribute to this, which is again why this is kind of iffy and a potential issue for the future. Because then once you start your games, your 2 out of 3 games, game 1, it doesn't have to be, but you can, if you're already on that low RNG train, like there will be instances where people will be on that low RNG falling, like plummeting of their rank, and then they get hit again in their first games of their regulation series. The first one is that game mode or has that RNG factor that got them to plummet from gold 1 to gold 3 without their skill necessarily changing in any way. And now that's coming into effect in the relegation series and for the first game. So now it feels like of your 3 games you've already inherently lost, or you're already almost at an unfair advantage or disadvantage because of RNG. Now yes, this means like go get better at that other mode, but that's also part of the variety issue as well, is when people are very anti-build and build crafting like they are currently, not saying this won't change, but when they're set in their ways like that, and if Bungie wavers at all from the builds or build crafting, then this spirals. So like that 1 out of that losing that 1 out of 3 then just to that RNG. Now you're also then getting into the scenarios where people will lose that second game out of 3 also to RNG. And so now you've got people plummeting from gold 1, or very close to even in promotion series, then just getting a poor string of RNG or luck, and then just getting all the way shafted down to silver 1. Not because their skill or anything has changed or differed in any major way, but because of just purely RNG on like loose and or tight, and overly loose or overly tight SBMM and division rating adjustments when you've got an overly specific way to rank up, because that's putting a lot more pressure and weight over how you go from division to division versus how you go from subdivision to subdivision. Because I kind of see what Bungie's trying to solve here with this, because while I'm saying that's going to cause people to bounce from Plat 3 to Silver 1, or like maybe not that exact like bounce, but like bounces of that size of skill gap or of a division rating, because that's still happening in Counter-Strike with all those skills. Like again, with the Silver 1 to Silver 4 to Silver 5, like people could jump from Silver 1 to Silver 4 to Silver 5 to Silver 3 to Silver 2 to Silver 5 again, back and forth. Like, doesn't mean to some, well, it is the lower end of the skill bracket, but it doesn't mean they've changed much of their actual skill, or they're learning or unlearning or being more unskillful than they were in the past. Like, to some extent, it's just the RNG of the matches they're getting as well, because of the extra looseness of the SBMM. Which, while people could maybe argue that in and of itself as a skill, I don't think overcoming RNG as a skill. There's no real way to overcome RNG. Just get lucky. Like, luck isn't... I don't know. Luck's not really much of a skill. Or if it's a skill, it's not a skill you can work on in any meaningful way. And so this feels like you're throwing way too much weight to the RNG system itself, into the games that you're going to get of those 3 games. Because while it says 2 out of 3 games to remain, 2 out of 3 games to be promoted, you also lose 2 out of 3 games to be demoted, or lose 2 out of 3 games to not be promoted, right? Which is a lot easier to do, especially when you've got match variety like that, than it is to win 2 out of 3 games. It's a lot easier to lose those 2 out of 3. But yeah, we'll see. I'm also trying to think because I don't think this, at least how they've outlined it, would work, but I think a version of this could work if, say, someone's bouncing between divisions more than like 2 times or more than once. So like if you got rid of this, you got rid of the 2 to 3 game promoted, demoted kind of system, and it was just the normal 1 game. So you win your match placement, or you're at gold 1. Kind of like Hearthstone, you've maxed out your stars, you're at gold 1, you're ready to go on to Plat 3, you win that game, you get Plat 3. The skill is, to some extent, while the skill in MMR is more broad than just the win-loss, the ladder system for the ranks is largely determined by your win-loss in that system. And where you could then take this to apply it there is if someone's doing that and going from gold 1 to Plat, but then losing and going back to gold 1, but then winning and going back to Platinum 3 again, then you would go into something like a promotion series or a regulation series, where, okay, you need to win 2 out of 3 games here to actually get into Platinum 3, instead of just winning your 1 game again to make up for it again, right? To keep bouncing. So it's almost like a, hey, we've noticed you've been bouncing between ranks. Have you thought about taking doing a promotion series? Right? And then maybe there'd be a little bit more with it, where like if that actually did kick in after bouncing between rankings a couple of times, because that's more effort to stay there or to actually get there again, you could have it where even if you then lose the next 2 or 3 games after winning your 2 out of 3 games to be promoted, you will not be demoted to gold 1, you'll just stay at that Plat 3, kind of like Mercy Trials cards. But that might also be overly complicated. but at least that what I'm suggesting might be overly complicated, but I'm also viewing this as overly simplistic for what they're trying to accomplish, if anything. But we'll see. Maybe this will work exactly how it's hoping or hope to. But we'll see. I'm willing to give it a try. Then upon reaching gold or higher, your division rating is subject to decay. Yep, so like we talked about before. But again, that's only if you're gold or higher. If you're in the last 4 ranks of the 7. I.e. you'll lose division rating if you haven't played enough matches recently, i.e. you'll lose MMR. Which will result in you losing your rating. So like if you're adept and you don't play for like a month, or you never touch PvP for a month, and you come back, you might be Plat 3 if you were Adept 1, or you might be Gold 1, or Plat 1, right? Because your MMR for those systems is decayed, because you haven't played. Also, we will have a small intro quest that will demonstrate the competitive system. Oh, cool! And unlock a reward listed later in this TWAB. Hehe, that's Rose, if you're curious. Oh, cool, so that'll come from the intro comp quest. Nice. Yeah. Ooh. Then rewards for the competitive division, so they don't want to run into a similar issue that they did in the past with Glory, where they put high performance rewards for achieving higher divisions in the ways of like actual guns. So you'd get Not Forgotten, Luna's Howl for hitting like 3,500 glory points. You get one of the 2 guns, then we hit 5,500, you get the other one. I think it was Luna's Howl first and then Not Forgotten. But like they're trying to avoid that with the competitive division rewards, because what that also did was it implemented a really obvious issue of skill creep, where anyone in the upper echelons would then start using that weapon because it's a high skill weapon, and only people that have gotten to a high enough skill rating to begin with can actually use that weapon. And so in order to actually make it worthwhile to run even outside of a competitive scene, it needs to have some uniqueness, or it needs to be more than just a random world weapon dropped into the playlist or thrown into the playlist for shits and giggles, right? It's got to have some actual like stats and weight behind it as like a decent gun, almost like putting multi-mock, like guns like multi-mock or something, right? Not Forgotten. Like really just intrinsically good guns. And so what that does is that makes it harder for people that don't have those guns to compete and get into those skill ratings, because the people in those skill ratings that they are playing with to get into those skill ratings for those like promotion games have that gun that just makes it inherently easier for them to shit on the lower end skill players, and so it's much harder to get promoted, or it's or it's also unreasonably harder to get promoted at that point, depending on the actual power of the weapon. And when we had the full hand cannon meta, like, yeah, you could absolutely feel it. Like, you could still beat a Not Forgotten player occasionally, as someone who didn't have Not Forgotten, but like you were at an inherent disadvantage almost always, just because of how Not Forgotten was. Trying to avoid that again, which I can understand and respect, because yeah, even if it doesn't seem to push people away from PvP, it gives a perception that there's people that have things that are already better than anything that people already have at the lower echelon ends of the skill in an MMORPG. So that makes people feel like they already are at a significant disadvantage when they're trying to get to those skill brackets, that there's no point in them trying to get to those skill brackets to get that weapon to begin with, to even try and compete, because they're not going to have a fair chance of doing so because of people that have already gotten that weapon. It's essentially the issue right now with trials with card resetting to avoid the flawless pool, the stat farm, right? For 3 stacks versus solos. Getting in a 3 stack to card reset to face solos and stat farm. But that doesn't mean they don't want any rewards in the comp system. They just don't want to put specific like weapons or gameplay altering rewards. And DMG also spoke on this on the Twitter of like they're looking at other cosmetics and non-gameplay defining aspects of like the rewards, which yeah, because I think there should be comp rewards, but I think those comp rewards should be cosmetic and have very little actual, if not, sorry, not very little, should have no effect on actual skill or gameplay, right? Like emotes, emblems, transmat effects, ghost projections, ghosts, sparrows, ships, weapon ornaments, other cosmetic changes that they may want to introduce in the game in the future. They could even add a finisher. Like, fuck it. Add a finisher. Put a comp PvP finisher there. Perfect. Something that is introduced, or that can be seen in multiple different instances of gameplay. Maybe it's not perfect because it can't be used in PvP, because you can't finish people in PvP, but you see it in a lot of gameplay in PvE through other people, and it doesn't have any direct impact on that gameplay because it's just a cosmetic difference, right? Those are the kinds of rewards I'm going to guess they're going to try and put into the mode going forward. But right now it's just a rep increase percentage, which isn't bad either because that still results in some of those other decent rewards from like shacks. But they're starting slow so that they make sure they do it right, so that they don't swing too hard like they did with Not Forgotten Luna's Howl, which kind of, it didn't kickstart all this PvP like mess through all the years, but it certainly didn't help clean any of it up. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the game to read. But yeah. So your current division gives you a multiplier on all Crucible ranks. So like part of the reward, why do I care about having a higher division outside of just the like identity and having a higher division? Whoops. Well, part of it is so it gives you a higher multiplier on non-glory, or well, glory's gone, but on all Crucible rep. So you get more engrams, more resets, extra perks, more cosmetics, right? So if you're copper and bronze, it's a ×1 multiplier. If you're ascendant, it's a 1.5 multiplier. And these do stack with the other multipliers that they discussed earlier on the TWAB. And so you can get a lot of rank multipliers. Like, yeah, it's, as a note, we're reducing bonus. Oh, they're reducing, and that should also stack with bonus Crucible rank multipliers, which is why they're reducing that from 2.0 to 1.5, because you can get like a ×3 or ×4 rank multiplier now, a much higher rank multiplier in Season 19 than you could now. Our goal in the above changes is to reduce the need to wait for bonus rewards weeks to get the most out of your Crucible playtime. With the added bonuses provided by divisions, 95% of players will be earning more reputation over the course of the season. It's currently available. We'll be keeping a close eye on this change to ensure there isn't any negative impact on rewards the players are earning. Yep. So so that just means they're making sure this isn't too much of a like increase, so that you're not going through all the rewards and you're short-circuiting your own reward progress. And then they're also, again, removing all weapon-based rewards from comp, which, like, yeah, yeah, going back into like what they were saying here, yeah, sadly I agree with this. Like, but on the flip, I do think that outside of next season, they need to start loading up comp and PvP, if not PvP, at the very least comp with a shitload of unique cosmetics, similar to what we're seeing on the season pass. Doesn't mean it needs like season pass cosmetics on the competitive system, but like ones of like a season pass quality, where like you give a shit about that emblem, you give a shit about that transmat effect, you give a shit about that ghost projection, you give a shit about these other cosmetics that you maybe otherwise didn't, because they are so nice and not significantly better than anything else in the game, but at least they're unique enough to stand out against other things in the game, be worth it to chase. So again, maybe things like finishers, ships, sparrows, ghosts, emblems, weapon ornaments, hint hint, weapon ornaments would be perfect. That's a weapon-based reward, except it's not a gameplay weapon-based reward. It just changes, well, actually no, they can't do that, never mind, because of barrels. Fuck. Never mind, they can't do weapon ornaments. Because weapon ornament barrel lengths determine, or help determine range of their thing. If they changed and tweaked some of that, they could maybe add ornaments for PvP rewards, but actually, yeah, I don't think they could ever add weapon ornament PvP rewards. Just because of stuff like that. I think that's the only one where ornaments affect. I can't remember. But yeah, like that's very true with chaperones still, even after they tried adjusting it and fixing it. But yeah, so like the cosmetics otherwise though would be pretty cool, or at least pretty unique, pretty special. And yeah, and while I get and kind of agree with this, like, in a game where the rest of the content has a reward or some form of aspirational content to chase with it, well, yes, you have the title, like, the title isn't a comp title. The title is a PvP title, not a comp title. So, like, yeah, you'll, in the beginning, or once you get past the initial growing phase of like people getting used to this, you'll have people that will agree with this and will play the competitive division just because they want the highest rank in that game for whatever reason personal to them. But that doesn't mean you can't help that mode out or give those players rewards for doing so outside of the name itself through other non-gameplay impacting cosmetics, right? So like if you hit Ascendant, maybe you get, or like those old Nightfall emblems that would give you like the glow above your head. If you hit like Ascendant in a season, you get like an emblem that gives you a specific glow over your body or something, right? Or unique stuff like that. Things that have unique interactions within the game on a cosmetic level that don't actually constitute to gameplay changes. The light and the glows can kind of be a gameplay change, but it's largely more cosmetic. And then yeah, your competitive division, which you've earned throughout the season, kind of, based, like, this is the other thing, which you've earned throughout the season, sort of, except that's only true initially on your first season, because after that you aren't earning it through that season, you're earning it through your previous seasons. And you're working off of that previously earned rank, which is different than going through and getting that rank every season throughout the season. So you know where you actually sit in the hierarchy of players better than KDA. Yeah, so this is also because like people have been trying to lean back on stats more as like a true definer of skill in the game when that's not the entire picture. But yeah, that's how MMR system and skill-based systems are going to be designed to a degree. Because these are computer games. Computers can only understand human skills and like human variability in ways that can be expressed in simplified down to ones and zeros. And so, like, yeah. Like, that's also why they're doing this, because like people have gotten tired of that and they're trying to lean on that again. In an overabundance hierarchy player, yeah, better than KDA win percentage or third-party ELO ranking ever could. The difference, though, is the only reason it's better, or it's different, or better than a third-party ELO ranking is only because it's coming from in-game. It's not because the in-game systems are necessarily better than the third-party ELO. It's just that the third-party ELO is for a video game, and like, it's kind of like that ESEA versus CSGO rank thing. Like, yes, being a global on CSGO somewhat matters and people care about, but if you were a A+, or if you're in other sorts of competitive leagues in ESEA, like, it gives you a better idea of that person's skill, because there's only so much you can learn and do within Counter-Strike's ELO system, because it's not a very broad or It's not a similar MMR system as something like StarCraft. It's got MMR, but it's still closer to something like CSGO's is still closer to Hearthstone's star system, where it's more based off win-loss. Counter-Strike takes into effect more than win-loss for your rating and whatnot, which is why it sometimes takes more than one game to rank up, but that's because it's, in a way, trying to make sure, right, that you actually are getting better and you're not just getting a string of like good RNG or bad RNG. But like it's still MMR. It's just different MMR, and like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And they've already said they're looking at introducing non-like gameplay affecting cosmetic rewards for comp, and so like probably won't see those next season, but like season 20 with Lightfall with an actual expansion where they can dump a lot more of those resources into it, yeah, you'll probably see some stuff there. Because I've also seen some people on Twitter be like, "Meh, Bungie's pushing this out half-baked. Meh, why don't we have all these rewards and comp from the beginning? Meh." It's like, well, because to some extent, they have more resources for an expansion, and so if they wanted to actually do what you're saying and give you more rewards and properly reward you with the cosmetics in these systems, what's better? What's a better way for them to do that? Using limited amounts of resources at the tail end of a year for the last season of the year, or using it at the very beginning when you have majority of your resources as Bungie for a yearly seasonal content, and you already put a bunch of resources into the beginning season of content anyway. Like Bungie's just being smart with what they're working with and what they've and how their pipeline works. Like, it's not a bad pipeline, and that's a great way to like work with it, because yeah, it's also testing things to make sure that this is actually working how they want and it's accomplishing what they want. Like, because on the flip side, Bungie has done that in the past where they've put like a full host of cosmetics and whatnot behind something they think would do really well, cough cough, Gambit Prime and Reckoning, and then people just didn't give a shit. And then there was no amount of cosmetics or anything they could do or introduce that would fix that. Or that could change that perception, no matter how unique it was. And like the Gambit Prime outfits and whatnot, and cosmetics and weapons, well, not weapons, because those were gameplay impacting, but like cosmetics were pretty cool, pretty unique. But people still didn't give a shit. So it's a little bit more, so like, that's to say, like, Bungie's trying to not put all their eggs into one basket here, because they've gotten burned one too many times in the past when they've tried to do that in Destiny for the players' benefit, is when they've tried to put all their eggs in one basket, cough cough, Gambit Prime, it backfired on. And it, if anything, contributed to the issue later on and made it harder to fix. And so the people complaining about this coming out half-baked are just really fucking short-sighted, in my opinion. And they're only looking at this from their personal short-term point of view. But we'll see. And then yeah, the competitive reward for the first competitive rework, or the competitive rework quest, is Rose. So everyone gets Rose back. We'll see how this goes. My only possible like worry is that it's not a origin trait weapon. It has random it has a little bit more random stats, so like the where is it, its grip is random. Yeah, sorry, it's part of this text. Random rolled grips instead of origin trait. Like, we'll see how that goes and how that's worked, but I don't know. I feel like that's not going to be enough, and like an origin trait weapon will still be inherently better than a random rolled grip. But we'll see. Then yeah, once per character with the quest, you get a drop with the perk selection Rose originally had. After the intro quest, you have a character-based weekly competitive division challenge to earn another role. That's it. Play competitive division, earn a role per week per character. Yeah. So like, they're still introducing. So that's probably a way for them to test / try to introduce some weapon rewards into comp, or maybe not comp. Well, no. Yeah, no, into comp, but it's more like, alright, hey, you want that weapon reward? You just get it from playing a couple matches. or just finishing some challenges in the competitive mode to get like a roll to drop or something. Like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that, because that doesn't introduce much, if any, actual skill creep like previous for hitting X high of a rank or whatever, like 3500, 5500 to get the hand cannons. And so this won't create that same issue, because if you feel like you're getting outskilled by people with Rose, or insert whatever future weapon they want to put here instead of Rose, or if they want to swap like weapons out for Rose, or use this as like a pinnacle weapon system, not pinnacle weapon system, but like a comp weapon system to introduce new weapons into the game through competitive PvP. Like, this is a great / one of the better ways to do it, because then, yeah, you don't run into that old Luna's Howl Not Forgotten issue that happened in the past. But yeah, so that, I'm pretty happy about that. Just a little worried about the random roll grips and not having an origin trait. I think their other worry was giving it a comp origin trait, but I would just give it a PvP origin trait, just like slap the PvP one on it. Maybe give it something similar to Trials, where it gets like or where those weapons tend to be Foundry, and so while Rose isn't a Foundry weapon, you can maybe make it a Foundry of Light weapon, where the Foundry is the light itself, and you give it a like light-based Foundry PvP perk that's not, or perk that's something on the same scale of like the other Foundry perks, like Vestinger, right? So you get a PvP origin trait, and then the Foundry trait, and then for like future weapons, it can introduce weapons from like Foundries and whatnot, which would also make more sense for like the in-game lore and whatnot, for them contributing to the PvP and to get people to actually use those Foundry weapons. Like the Foundries themselves, not Bungie trying to get people to use Foundry weapons, but the like idea of the in-game lore of Foundries trying to make weapons that people are interested in using, because they want people to use their weapons, because they're weapon foundries, and weapon foundries make weapons for people to use, right? So I don't know. I think it'd be nice to see them play around with that origin trait a little bit more than just completely ditch it outright for that. We'll see. Like, I understand their worry, because they're worried if they introduce an origin trait right there, even though it's accessible to all, it'll become a must-have for comp, and it could put it too much in a realm close to that Not Forgotten Luna's Howl issue, where even though everyone has the weapon, you feel like you have to run that weapon because of the origin trait to even compete in comp, right? But we'll see. And then, yeah, future rewards update. We aren't done here. This is also, like, they even said it in the TWAB that people ignored. That DMG has also been clarifying that, yeah, post-Lightfall, we're expecting to get further cosmetic rewards for competitive division, right? Like, and they're just still currently working out those details. So, and again, they have more resources for stuff like that when Lightfall launches for that expansion, because the Witch Queen expansion is almost over, right? So if you want proper cosmetics in your PvP game mode, wouldn't you want them to properly design them at the launch of an expansion? But yep, that's the Crucible update. Then some other player support stuff. So Season Pass vendor rewards. Make sure you claim Season Pass rewards. If you're on Google Stadia, make sure to save your Stadia characters and turn on crossplay. Unknown issues with the teleporting deaths and duality. But yeah. Yep, yeah. Lots of PvP goodness. Yeah. Not too bad. Gonna have to wait and see how some of the changes play out. And then those couple of potential pain / worry points, but yeah. Looks a lot better than I think people are giving it credit for. It's gonna at the very least even out some of this PvP frustration people are having, and so it's not gonna obviously solve the PvP frustration, because there's, like I've said, even potential pain points in the system itself, what they're bringing forward for the new system. Overall, push the game and the player base and the game type, like PvP as a whole, in a better direction. I do legitimately believe it's pushing PvP in a better direction. But alright, so that was the TWAB. That was a good Holy shit, 2-hour reading of the TWAB. Oh, shit, that's a lot. Okay. Damn, long TWABs are long. I'm gonna, in the meantime, I'm gonna go grab another smoke and get some water because my voice is rather parched. And I don't think the mic actually caught the first part of what I said. I'm gonna go grab a quick smoke, get a little bit to drink, and then we're gonna come back and do some Iron Banner to finish out the challenges that have appeared for the day. Do our 4 matches, and then maybe do a GM just for a little bit of a GM variety for the day. Yeah. Till then, enjoy the music, and I'll be right back. What's up? Slay on D2, hell yeah! Thanks, LMAO, haha. Sorry, I was just taking a small break. We just finished reading the TWAB. Now we're starting Smack Banner. How's your day been?
The Scions are running the odds on your victory, Warlock. Wait until they see you fight.
Whoops, I'm not on Arc or Stasis. That's awkward. So people really don't like Arc Souls apparently. Found that out the other night. I had an interesting Guardian theater where a guy was mad because we were using Arc Souls and Funnel Web. Although Funnel Web's the third on that list, they were like, they're using Arc Souls and Witherhood and Funnel Web on top of that. Like, whoa, what you got against Funnel Web now? Wait, what? Where'd the Funnel Web hate come from? Thank you, game. We take the heavy. No! We were a quarter second away from that blink melee. Would have gotten them all. Ah, fine. I'll keep doing this. See, if I had an SMG there, I win that fight. That's kind of what I'm using Arc Souls for right now, is to make up for like close range or far range combat depending on my build. is while they don't have the longest of ranges, they can kind of, if they lock on, you run away, they'll track for a little while. So it does have some range to it. Playing like ass. Fine, we'll go SMG. Might go hand cannon, but we'll see. Might put Pally on. Take our nade. Alright.
The flames are lit, and you are the prey the howl require. Return to the fight. The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. The hunt is on.
So lucky that was our grenade. Our grenade.
The flames have gone cold.
R.I.P. teammate.
Remain. Keep the pressure and you have them.
No, I fucked that up. Still got a good chunk of them though. I haven't played enough Stormcaller this season to actually be decent enough with it in PvP, but it can get more kills than Chaos Reach right now in PvP form still, so we're learning. We take that trade. Oh, I thought I had my blink melee. I also thought they'd actually chase me.
Stand strong. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Still might put Pally on, even though Funnel Web's not doing bad.
1 minute.
Yeah, I kind of want to put Pally on.
Fight. The hunt is on.
Yeah, that's a super.
This is your end. Fight well.
Yes, I love walls. Thank you, Bungie, for them walls.
30 seconds.
Well, at least on one player. So close. I didn't think they were actually going to charge me there, so I wasn't ready for the second melee follow-up. Hey, what if I just do this? And that.
The hunt has ended.
Good old Pally.
That's it. one.
Wait, why does that freeze our Arc Soul? Interesting, I never realized that. Okay. Okay, Bungie. That's a cool interaction.
Into a new age.
I have too many Void SMGs on. I've been trying too many Void builds. And we could have kept that one because it was Iron Banner. There we go. Then I do want a different special other than Wither Horde. But I don't know what. We already have a sniper. Oh, a fusion. Duh. I need to make a good kinetic PvP fusion. We have Deliverance, we could craft one. Or we could just get a well-rolled Riptide. I guess prep successful warm-up's not bad. Try. Still need to get a better PvP Riptide. Been focusing on the PvE ones mainly.
Iron Banner.
Take Wither Horde off for now. Unless we start seeing more Wither Horde because of ourselves, like in our previous shenanigans. But yeah.
Give them an education on Guardian warfare.
Fuck you! No! Nice. I don't see glaives very often.
You're pulling ahead.
Oh. Okay. I didn't realize there was one right there.
shut down.
Ah, so close. I think he was shielding. If he wasn't shielding with the glaive, he would have gotten killed there by the jolt. No, that's an angle.
5 minutes. All of you together, like iron bullets. You are in control. Show them what that means. The howl of one. Return to the fight.
Alright. That was a solo super. Alright. Another solo super. Alright. Give me a glaive. I have a present. Alright. Sure.
Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them.
I might need to make a PvP glaive.
The hunt is on. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is
Got the warlock that was low.
The hunt has ended.
Damn. Hey, come here, glaive.
You are in control. Show them what that means. The hunt has ended. 1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. 30 seconds. Stay up. Victory is yours for the taking. Seize it. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. The hunt has ended. Guardian.
Sorry, I'm messaging support about this Friday. Or actually more like he was messaging me about things related to this Friday. And I was responding.
You could have done better.
TWAB thoughts? Oh, I gave 2.5 hour TWAB thoughts. Support. What about you? Anything you want to talk about specifically? I think there's two potential pain points. One with Rose not having an origin trait and having the random roll grits. I think it's gonna inherently make it worse than origin trait weapons. Like, even not just having a PvP origin trait, like a basic one, right? Not even like it needs a specific comp origin trait, but just like a basic PvP origin trait, I think is gonna make it just inherently worse versus other hand cannons. Like, it'll be in a nice little showcase piece, but that's about it. It won't have very much actual utility. And then the gotta win 2 out of 3 of a specific series in order to actually move up an overall division, but not subdivisions. I think that's going to be a pain point because it's putting significantly more weight on rank up matches or to move up a division versus the other subdivisions. So much so that, like, what the fuck is the point of the other subdivisions? Just put more weight, lean even more into the weight that you're already imbalancing with the promotion and demotion. 2 out of 3, make it like a 3 out of 5, and that's your entire like rank system or whatever per division, right? Or make it 5 out of 7. A single map, removing control for combination playlist. Oh yeah, and the combination playlist adds to that 2 out of 3 degradation promotion things because of the variety in the playlist. Like, the variety in the playlist is inherently good for comp, but when you then add that 2 out of 3, it's adding way too much extra RNG on top of that for your promotion gains, and so you're gonna see people swinging from like plat to silver wildly, like demoting and losing those 2 out of 3s just because of RNG. I guarantee it. It's not gonna be like the norm, obviously, but you're gonna see like 10 to 20% of people in any given like skill bracket set or rank bracket set bounce between like 2 or 3 ranks constantly just because of that, because of RNG. Just things beyond your control because it's 3 different matches, and obviously they'll get better over time, but because you're adding the variety in at that degree, right away, fucking flinch. It's gonna be nuts for a while. It's gonna be probably post final shape until that actually sorts itself out reasonably. Like post the entire year of final shape and its content. And it's not a single map, it's 3 maps. 2 old ones they're bringing back, and the one. But if you remember, the old maps, we actually begged to be removed to some degree, and so it's not like some of the PvP maps, depending on which one they bring back, isn't because of DCV sunsetting. Like, the overabundance of too many PvP maps in certain aspects was ruining the playlist at certain points as well. Because the maps are too wildly different. And it's like the inverse of like actually good variety. Because now it's so much so that no one can even, well, not that you can't keep up, but like it was conflicting with other in-game things. Like that was a time when we didn't have builds as well. Maybe it'd work a little bit better now with builds actually. But with all the static rolls and things, you couldn't manage all the different maps and scenarios. And then, I mean, Control is just the other half of the quick play playlist now, isn't it? I forgot what I'd have to double check for the other mode they added there with it, but isn't it just Rift? Isn't it just Rift in Control? And I mean, it is a, well, this is a quick play playlist, but if you're adding the variety in the comp playlist, then I could argue, or I could agree with the argument of quick play would then need like one specific kind of playlist to actually be quick play, because otherwise it turns into a complex setting. It's because of how you design comp. I mean, even barring comp playlist, I don't know how I feel about Control and Clash being merged. Oh, it's Clash. Okay. Okay, I mean, outside of the zones, what are the big differences of Clash and Zone Control, though? Because I'm fairly certain it's just the zones with Control, right? It's still largely PvP and kill-based. Yes, you get points based on Zone Control, but a lot of that's also, like, the amount of points you get based on the total zones you have still increases based on the amount of kills you get while holding those zones. I thought, maybe it doesn't, and I'm only thinking of old Iron Banner for that, and I'm misremembering. Because I don't play too much Control, like, that's on me. Ooh. But, I don't know, at least on paper that doesn't seem too bad. Just because it's, at least people already treat Control like like normal Clash to some degree anyway. Not that it is, and it shouldn't be necessarily compared to it in that same degree, but I don't know. I can kind of see where Bungie's coming from with that. Even if I might disagree with it and agree with you. And they're removing Rumble, which seems stupid. They're not removing it, they're throwing into the rotator playlists, which I kind of agree with, except my only other thought is that it's gonna actually help the playlist more, because when I've actually played more Rumble this season than any other season, because it's really nice for testing 1v1 fights and builds and things related to that, because if you can get a build or something that can win you multiple 1v1s back to back to back to back to back, like my Stasis Melee, Militias, Birthright, Pugilist, Grave Robber combo, like, you can start chaining a lot of insane stuff and it can help you practice builds and whatnot. But if one of the issues still with that is you run into a lot of the same players because the playlist population is pretty low, which inherently works against the 1v1 aspect, because then people aren't really 1v1ing casually. It's more like competitive 1v1ing. It's just the same people over and over and again, so they learn your strategies and behaviors a lot faster, which just turns into its own mini competitive. And so if the turning into a rotator playlist helps the population to like alleviate that to a large degree, then I'm willing to at least give it a shot. But otherwise I do kind of agree with you. It's weird to see Rumble as a rotator playlist and not as its own, or at least not. I get why they kind of did it as well. It would still feel weird if it was its own playlist, because then again it'd be kind of barring that casual and competitive playlist difference. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they and myself even can come up with a decent way of doing that, just because there's so many different modes, and PvP people have said they want more modes, and so you can't have, like, that's the thing, you can't have a competitive PvP or like an actual competitive system even with variety modes if you're constantly changing those variety modes, right? And so, like, in the short term, it's gonna feel weird, but a lot of these changes make a lot more sense in the long term when like people actually get more adjusted to them. So I don't know. That's the other reason I'm like hesitant with a lot of this feedback, and I'm willing to be very wrong about it, even though I might agree with you. Is because like a lot of our reactions are just coming from short-term differences, and it's gonna be a lot different in long-term to a degree that's hard to imagine now. And while I can somewhat imagine it, like it's still it's like we're trying to come up with player behaviors on a possible future of PvP that may or may not actually turn out the way we think it will, or Bungie will, or thinks it will. So like I was gonna emote with you, but he was reloading. But yeah, it's like we're trying to metagame the meta before the meta comes out. There's only so much of that we can actually do. Like it's the theory is getting out, or the theory is greatly outpacing any amount of experimental stuff we can do. More rotating modes means individually those modes show up less, so things like Mayhem and Scorch that see a lot of engagement will bow out even more scattered. Well, careful. What do you consider more engagement? Because you have to be careful with how that engagement's being shown, because that's why they gave the engagement and playtime data in the TWAB, because yes, those modes have a lot of engagement on the base of different players, but those players will dip out after 1 to 2 matches. And so like with the Rumble, that's why I think it could help, right? If it's still causing that with Rumble, where it's giving that rotator effect where people are, there's a high population of players touching Rumble, but they're staying for only a couple matches. That can give the people like ourselves that enjoy Rumble a more or higher match variety for Rumble, and so it again alleviates that issue of running into the same players, which then just becomes a meta game of trying to figure out individual players, like individual skill points and how to work around them, versus like overall like different builds and skill. Kind of like an actual competitive scene at that point, because that's what you do in esports against other teams, is you figure out, you hyper focus on like other players' tiny or otherwise not issues or places to come in. So like Rumble, low. You're saying Mayhem and Scorched, right? Scorched varies. We'll take Mayhem. High, low. High average population. Got a lot of different players in it. It's got a low playtime per player. It's got a lot of different players in it, but each player in it is only staying in there for a very low amount of time. And something to keep in mind with these low, high, medium, vary, they consider medium a strong and decent population depending on the mode. So like survival is medium across the board, but it has a decent so medium population is considered decent, medium per player is considered strong, and so low at least for survival. So again, for Mayhem, Scorch is a little rough because it varies. I'm guessing that's like from low to high, just varies depending on the triumphs and the point in the season and whatnot. So like Mayhem's a much better example for this, just because it's more consistently in the high, but like that's the Beyond Light issue. You've got you've got a lot of newer / more casual people rotating in and out of PvP for that mode, which could help, again, potentially Rumble, which is low, which having low playtime per player isn't necessarily bad for Rumble, but having low average population is what I was talking about earlier, similar to Trials. I actually think Trials should be even. Like this actually, it's not like a huge cause for concern, but like this should probably be a little bit, like that should probably be exactly that, or this should be exactly that, right? Because that's part of the 3-stack versus solo issue. Like why is the average player for Trials lower? Well, because there's fewer solos and more 3-stacks just trying to stat farm, and the solo people that are either players like myself, or we're just material farming or farming another interest, or just don't care about losing that much, or they're newer players that don't understand what's going on, which feeds into the issue even more because the new players don't know what's going on, and so they think that's standard. Sorry, Nair's just being really weird. Damn it. But, yeah, there's a lot of different things with all that, and so I don't know. I'm willing to give the Rumble changes a try, but I do kind of agree with where you're coming from, at least a little bit. I didn't mean to fat finger my melee, but yeah, I don't know. Because like that Rumble thing is an issue because it makes it harder to test builds. It's easy to test build variety, I guess, and build variety adaptability against other players, but it's hard to test specific build consistency like over multiple matches to truly test a build, because people will learn that build and since you're testing it, they can learn little ways or easy ways to counter it that wouldn't otherwise necessarily be an issue. It makes things seem like an issue that actually aren't, which, that kind of sounds like other issues in Destiny's past for development. So, I don't know. I'm willing to give it a try because it seems like it's Bungie working to like not right some of those wrongs, but like it's Bungie working with understanding like, alright, we're doing this because we've tried it the other way and we know that like doing it this other way hasn't worked so far. So what if we just try this other way? What if we try the opposite within reason? Because yeah, it'll suck to not have Rumbles available as often, but again, if the quality of matches of Rumble go up significantly, I think that's a reasonable trade. Because like, it's not just a decent quality of life upgrade for the quality of matches. It would be significant at that point, because you get, at worst, the play mode population would vary in the beginning, and then it would probably eventually teeter out to high, where they could do something like Mayhem, where they just, Mayhem and Scorch, where they put good bounties in there to make it rewarding, and they just put like Bright Dust and other triumphs behind it to some degree, so other players on the casual side are more interested in going in there and somewhat losing or just having fun. If we're adding more to rotators, we might either want to remove rotators from seasonal challenges or curate rotators on a seasonal basis. I think the latter is the solution, but the issue at that point though currently is we don't have enough rotators. So that's the kind of weird juxtaposition Bungie's at with Destiny right now. We've got too many rotators that if we don't have any rotators and we go to too simplistic of a playstyle, almost like Counter-Strike where it's one game mode, then people get overly bored and they critique it to degrees that it's not meant to be compared to Protect 2 or worried about in that way, because it's not necessarily a only FPS, right? It's the people that are hitting on like non-stop hitting on any amount of ability builds, because they're not traditional FPS kind of actual like gun builds, right? Or traditional Destiny gun builds. And so, but the only then flip side of that is to then put all the rotators in there. But then, like we've also discussed, the rotators are at a plentiful enough number to mess with some things, but if you're gonna curate them on a seasonal basis, you're gonna need more than 3. So we have more than 3 seasons. We have more, not even more than 3 seasons in general. We have more than 3 seasons in a year. So I feel like at that point you're gonna want more than even 4 game modes per rotated playlist, and so Bungie needs fewer playlists, Bungie needs fewer playlists for rotators, and Bungie needs more playlists for rotators at the same time. So that's why it's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna wait to try it and see how it all plays out after a couple seasons. And again, it might take more than Beyond Light for a lot of this to play out. Or Beyond Light, it might take longer than Lightfall for a lot of this to play out, just because it's player behavior. And while some of that can change with the sweats and PvP on the upper end, like a lot of this current player behavior at the upper end is seen at the lower end because it's been going on for 4 to 5 years at this point. By Lightfall, 5 entire full years. So it's gonna take more than an entire season, if not more than an entire year, to correct some of that, right? Like, you've got some deep-rooted, like, muscle memory and other, like, dependencies on the current mode.
Another hunt will come soon.
Why? Why is it always shade binders? Alright, yeah, that's probably why. Well, when I say curate, I mean like remove 1 or 2 per season. But that's the thing, some of those rotator playlists only have 2 modes. Like, the quick play one is just control and clash. Like, they're already doing that with Iron Banner, and what we've seen with Rift and the other modes is, or not with Rift, but before they even did Rift, that's what they did with Iron Banner. They just rotated between normal Iron Banner and a slightly different variation of zone control. But it accomplished the same thing, but at the same time, like, just changing the season they were here eventually drove people insane to the same degree. So, like, again, that leads into the same solution of we need more playlist activity, or we need more playlists for that rotator. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but like, Bungie's in just an awkward position at the moment with feedback for it, which is probably why they're changing it, because like, while it's an awkward position for us to give feedback based on that, it's probably a really nice position for Bungie at the moment to decide whatever they want to do, because they don't have so many playlists they feel forced to do this. They also don't have so few playlists they don't feel like they can try this at all, or see if it would even work and be willing to like make a bunch of different unique playlists, because like, based on what they've done this year, I don't think we can very easily say they can do significantly more with the physics engine than they have been able to do in the past, but they can at least do a reasonable amount more, and so I think it'd be hard to imagine they wouldn't be able to come up with some, like, at least another, like, good dozen or handful of interesting PvP playlists that are just, at minimum, completely wacky and unique, right? Almost Halo-esque.
The Iron Lords never stopped.
Shit like, I forgot what it was called, but like Grizzball or something in Halo, where it's just the melee weapons and you're running around with a ball and you're kicking it around. It's almost like soccer, right? Like, how the fuck did we get up here? How did we get 28 score? Oh, because we killed a lot of the people that were on streaks and whatnot. Also, nice on your Pokemon copy. I'm still gonna be getting mine probably tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon, so probably have to still maybe plan on tomorrow for a few hours on Saturday, but yeah. And has the day 1 patch actually gone through? Because I've seen more people have it, and some of them are saying the day 1 patch went through. The camera is even worse than we've already seen on Twitch, at least for handheld. They've said on docked it's perfectly fine, like there's the occasional hitching like we saw on Twitch, and like weird graphical loading, but it wasn't as bad as it was on handheld, and like some of the videos you can see online where like some of the most basic scenes, even catching a Pokemon, like the grass that's 2 feet away from the Pokeball isn't rendering in time. Like, it physically can't load anything fast enough. Just, everything has like a 1 to 2 second load delay between it. It's so bad. I also say that because some of those were review copies, so Nintendo's had a past history of having fucky review copy patch like day one patches, because sometimes the review copies already have the day one patch in them, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an entirely different version than the version that other people get before the day one patch, and so it needs a separate day one patch, like a day two patch for that. But yeah, people will give it a pass anyway because Pokemon. Yeah, I think so too, but I think it's absolutely rubbing on people a lot more in the wrong way than it is. That's a weird way to phrase it. I think Nintendo's working with borrowed time there. Like, people were already feeling that way with Arceus, they'll probably feel the same way with Gen 9 starter, but like, if they pull this again with the second series in Gen 9, like the second set, and possibly then again in Gen 10, I think people are going to be very frustrated, and like you could see a massive 50% plus dip in like Pokemon sales at that point. Gameplay itself now seems to be where I want it, yeah. Which, yeah, I think that's also why the graphics have been taking a hit, is because like we've seen, they've been trying to get the gameplay with all the gimmicks and fine-tuning everything. Like Violet and Scarlet have kind of gameplay aspects of all of the games they've put out on the Switch so far. They've got Let's Go aspects with the auto battling and some of the XP and catching. They've got aspects from Sword and Shield, from Diamond and Pearl remake, from Arceus, from I think there's a game I'm forgetting. I think they've got some stuff from Mystery Dungeon as well. But like they're trying to figure out like what works best so they can. I don't want to say like copy paste it every year to resell it, but I think so that they can almost go back to what they wanted to do, where they could actually just expand and do spin-offs with it without changing the base formula to a large degree. Doesn't mean again they'll copy paste Pokemon every year, but like so they can do stuff like Pokemon Stadium or like Pokemon Rumble or all this other stuff that's not necessarily like Tekken or other 3D fighting games. And so then they maybe don't have to produce necessarily mainstay Pokemon generation games each year, and they can do more stuff like Legends, Arceus, or other Pokemon or other game ideas, but still within like the Pokemon universe, right? Like a Detective Pikachu game.
I may have verified that rumor.
So it might be time for a graphical focus, yeah. Part of that's also still fine-tuning the, right now is fine-tuning the gameplay. Because while they're figuring out, or while they've kind of figured out what people like of past games in terms of feedback, they're still getting used to how that stuff blends together and will work together, and then how they really want it. And so that's why I might argue, or that's why I kind of brought up Gen 10, because there's a possible chance that Gen 9 is used as a, all of Gen 9 is used as a technical testing ground and not graphical, and then Gen 10 will be the beginning of the graphical testing ground. So like where they start maybe finding ways to up the graphics and quality and whatnot in ways they can. But that's a ways out.
Now you are the hunted.
I don't know, I still, like you said, really like the gameplay from Violet and Scarlet. It builds on what I thought they did right with Sword and Shield and the dens, and they actually made it palpable. Because, my god, did I fucking hate the Gigantamax system. But the dens system overall, like, nah, I didn't hate that. I thought it worked pretty well. But, like, just Gigantamaxing in general, yeah. Oh boy, was that bad. So, if they can turn Violet and Scarlet into the new Sword and Shield for the competitive scene once it starts, I'll be very happy with that. Like, I know Sword and Shield has all the, like, competitive scene and vibe and, like, graphics and everything for it, but, like, man, the Scarlet and Violet, just mechanics and gameplay is so much better. I just think all the terraforms is a much better competitive kind of format and whatnot for the long term versus something like Gigantamax or just continuing on gimmicks and whatnot each year. At least for Pokemon. That's ironic, that's the inverse of Destiny. When you think about it. That's like asking for no builds or variety.
The howl of the wolf is not the end.
back, friend.
2 down. 5 minutes remaining. Now you are the hunted. That shut them down. The hunt has ended.
I don't want to swap to this. Oh, and you said you're going with Weed Kitty for yours, right?
The flames have gone cold.
For your starter? I still have to figure out the starter. Alright, fine then.
You are in control. Show them what that means.
Ooh! Oh, the shotgun! Oh no, that was the super. I thought I could get you in one melee.
Everything's yours. Relish this time. Another hunt will come soon. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The hunt has ended.
Glad we dipped there. Goodbye. No! I didn't know you had a sword.
The flames have gone cold.
F.
That's 2.
Damn. Nice, teammate.
1 minute. Still dead even. You can do this.
Oh, shit. Sure. Thank you, teammate. F. Oh, we're live.
Stay up. Don't let up till it's over. That's it. One. A fine display. Soon Keitel's Empire will be broadcasting your matches on every screen in the fleet.
Oh, maybe you shouldn't have deleted that one. No, thank you. Do that. We need one more. Nope, that's our challenge. Alright. And we'll do one more match anyway.
Iron Banner. The Scions are running the odds on your victory, Warlock. Wait until they see you fight.
Damn. Yeah, the range on that's not great.
Not the end. Be vigilant.
Yeah. Got that one though. Thank you, Arc Souls. Alright. Like the only hope I had there of accomplishing anything. Yeah, hey, just take that. Might need Wither Horde.
Now you are the hunter.
What? Alright. Welcome back to the party, Wither Horde.
That shut them down. Another hunt will come soon. Five minutes remaining. The hunt is on. This is your end. Fight them. Another hunt will come soon.
Yeah, I think I want to put Fragile Focus on the Wastelander, honestly. I have other decent opening shotties, and opening shot's more of a core perk that's gonna stick around for a lot longer versus Fragile Focus, for example. So I'd rather craft a unique Fragile Focus roll versus another opening shot roll that I can get in other shotguns. Especially in the kinetic slot. So then it works with SMG builds like this that are Fragile Focus based. F. Unfortunate. I pushed him into it. Oh, fuck.
The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight them. Three minutes left. Good counter. Now hit them again.
Thank you, Bungie, for the walls. Whoa, that's a lot more.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Stand strong. It's almost over. Don't let them have it easy. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The measure of a dog
GG.
is how
Ooh.
they handle defeat.
Big gift of Bright Dust. Come on, Bright Dust. F. That was a good amount of Iron Banner.
The Iron Banner wants to put your cunning to use, Warlock. You are worthy. Come back stronger.
Tell me, you don't fear Vanguard operations? You fear the Crucible? I'd be right there with you if these rookies could just learn to fight by themselves.
What if the traveler is not what it is?
Well, I was planning on doing a little bit of Glassway, but instead we did a 2.5-hour talk on the TWAB. I was planning on doing the TWAB talk, but not a 2.5-hour one. But yeah. I don't know if I want to do Glassway. Oh, but we will go change the Wastelander shoddy real fast. Not going to be able to do both, but we can at least put enhanced fragile on. Sup, Evo? Whoops. How's your night been? Welcome to the stream. You kill anything? We killed 2.5 hours with a TWAB talk. Then we had some fun in Iron Banner for a little bit. I think our first game was against streamers. We weren't warmed up, and so we kind of sucked, but yeah, it wasn't too bad. And now we're changing our Wastelander up. Naira's being cute and trying really hard to get me to give her treats. Rest your breakfast. She just put her head on my leg while I'm sitting here, and she like purposely left it on there with like a little bit of weight to be like, yeah, I'm putting my leg and like giving you the puppy dog eyes here. You better give me a treat. And yeah. Suffice to say, it didn't work though. do we go with range? We're already on the handling. Fuck it. Could go 74. 70. Maybe we keep small bore. Yay, Nara. How about you? You kill anything? How did Iron Banner go the other day? Or yesterday? Yeah, I might just keep small bore. I don't want the projectile spread. Wasteland has already kind of got a large projectile spread to begin with. And the 71 versus 79 range isn't that big of a deal. 2 levels off a reset. Nice. Is that your first one or your second one? I'm almost at a rank 10 on the second reset. I'm waiting for the higher multipliers to start farming though, to really start farming. 71 range. So this is a 90 range shoddy. You get it to 99 if we put the max range stuff on it. I feel like 90's far enough though for shoddy. We do no. Freehand. This would be the second, but I should have been farming dares. Why is that? Oh man, he got the Wastelander crafted? Oh, yeah. Oh, to craft all of this. I've already got all the dares weapons crafted. Except for, I think, the Trace. No, I have the Tracer crafted. We have all the dares weapons crafted, and we've had them all crafted for a little while this season. That's why we haven't played any more dares lately. We've already got them all. We farmed a lot of dares before. I just want the shoddy, the rest is mid. Don't sleep on the rest of it. The rest of it's good. Hang on. Especially like, let's see. Really good pulse rifle crafted with incandescent demo. Yeah. GL's really good. Prep demo. It's a good demo GL. I think it's got ambitious as well. It's nice unless you really love the ignition code. If you still have yours. We're getting a lot of the other really nice dares weapons. They're not all super nice, but like there's a few. Well, excluding the pulse. What about the sword? You don't want a crafted sword? Let's go try the shoddy. We might take this into another PvP match. I was thinking about ending the YouTube stream, swapping over to Twitch and playing some COD DMZ. It's actually really fun. It's a more casual Tarkov, but it works. I kind of want to try this in PvP. Alright, so the 700's a blint. It's not bad. That's what... I wish I had Darcy. Darcy... I don't know. Does Darcy count that as a target? Let's see. I love my ignition, but I'm a collector. I gotta tick that box. Hell yeah. Well, that's the good thing with crafting though too. Once you get them all, once you get all the patterns, you technically don't have to craft it if you want. You've already ticked all of the box for every build there. Doesn't mean like you have them all done, but like you still tick that collector box. Where's Darcy? Did you say Darcy? I did. I hope this weapon gets really honestly, I hope Darcy and Whisper get changed to energy weapons next season with the possible exotic reworks. Darcy is some of the most beautiful weapon ornaments in the game, and it's a shame that it's a heavy sniper, because utility heavy sniper, because it's fucking gorgeous. I'd care more about like Darcy's skins and what if it wasn't heavy. It's 700. Nope. Package acquired. Hell yeah. Good luck. Yeah, see, Darcy doesn't register that as a target. Damn it, Darcy. I just want to know the distance, damn it. This is optimal blint range, or your longest blint range with this with fragile focus, enhanced fragile without enhanced prep. But you've obviously got a lot of shotgun range here. I'm gonna try this. Are you gonna play Pokemon all night support? Are you gonna get to the Elite Four before I even get to try the game? And this SMG kind of slaps in Iron Banner. Even if you're not proccing Aerosol, it's just accurate. Nah, I won't get that far. You say that, but... I mean, unless you're at work right now, and then in which case, actually, you're probably right, because you'll fall. There's a good chance you'll just go to sleep when you get home and not play. But you can still play it at work and get pretty far. So probably as far as that guy that was streaming Pokemon, or streaming it early. Oh, I was watching. It's insane that it took him that long to take him down, though. The edge of fragile focus range is a little bit touchy, so we gotta be careful. We gotta learn the actual range for this. And we also just gotta not whiff. I met a friend, so hanging with him tonight. Gotta leave it like nanny and go home. Not a lot of playtime. I gotcha. The hell yeah. And you said you're going weed kitty, right? Because as much as I also want to go weed kitty, that means I probably can't go weed kitty because of our gentleman's agreement. Yes, I'm debating going big brain duck. I've seen the well, I actually looked up the Firestarter's final evolution. The Firestarter's final evolution looks sick as fuck. I'm really sad it didn't get to keep its sombrero, but it looks sick as fuck, and so I feel like it's a reasonable trade. Look absolutely goated, or have a sombrero. Like, both are good options. But I need to look up what the duck's final evolution looks like. I only really care about looking up the starters and their evolutions. I don't care about looking up all the other Pokemon. If anything, I don't want to know the other Pokemon and their stuff. Just the starters. I'd be fine leaving starters out of that. Okay. I still might look up the Big Brain Ducks final just to see if it's interesting enough, but I also am debating going fire. Because, like, the only reason I'm even debating Weed Kitty to begin with is because, for whatever reason, people have designated it Weed Kitty. I've seen its final evolution. I think its name fits its final evolution a lot more of, like, a Phantom in the Opera, like, masquerade kind of disguised Pokemon or whatever, even though it's not a disguised Pokemon, but, like, that's what vibe it gives off, versus a Weed Kitty. Do people just call it that because of its eyes? Like the final evolution eyes, because they look like they're half glazed? Like, that's the only thing I can get from it that looks, and it's green, but like, at that point, is Snivy a weed snake? Like, are we just calling grass Pokemon weed Pokemon? Is that what grass type is? It's just weed type? Is Bulbasaur just high off his own supply all the time? And just knows how to channel it to like confuse, stun, or poison people? Oh fuck. And so it's good meme potential, if anything. And it's the strongest apparently for competitive, so.
Another hunt will come soon. They hear the howls and know fear.
Alright, melees. Pokemon talk? Oh yeah. For tomorrow. For the surprise smile. Could have meleeed him. Didn't wanna though. Made that kill look a lot uglier than it needed to be. Take that nade. But yeah, it's gonna be some Pokemon fun tomorrow. And Saturday. A lot more Saturday. But support and I have a gentleman's agreement for the new Pokemon. Because he's gonna get one and I'm gonna get one as well tomorrow. And so we think there's co-op, but the co-op's a little bit fucky. And so even if there's not co-op, we've got like a system set up so that we can like play the game side by side and like actually fight each other with like reasonable terms and whatnot.
No one's dead.
Alright. And yeah, I am liking Fragile over opening. Takes a little bit of getting used to, but this is also control, or not control, Iron Banner, so 6v6 and being grouped up isn't the greatest for Fragile Focus, if you couldn't guess. But it works. Oh, and I got another good Guardian theater clip where apparently Arxel with their horde, and then with the cherry on top of a funnel web is a 3-part cheese. It's a 3-part cheese combo. They considered each and every part of that build cheese. This, well, not this current build, but the Wither Horde funnel web and Arxel thing, just pure cheese. It's like, even the funnel web? Even the funnel web is cheese now?
1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight.
They are sitting at such far ranges. It's all one big craft single. Yeah, basically. That's why I like their embracement of builds from Bungie's end, because it doesn't mean that there aren't outliers and things can't be overpowered, but like that's just what builds do. They improve things, or they add little bits together to make one giant effect or one overall effect that works real well and accomplishes some goal. And Arc Soul, Wither Horde, Funnel Web, the goal is to just rain death, and it accomplishes that. In fact, we can give a demonstration. Arc Soul dominance, all the Arc Soul dominance. It was fun. They were upset about Arc Soul. And it's just this, we don't even have Arc Souls off our Rift. Like, let's see, people hate it in comp. Let's see if we can go. That's where we get a lot of those really good Guardian Theater clips, or people in comp that have all the muscle memory and from the gunplay era, and they're relying on that 24/7. And then I come along, speedy fucking McGee over here. Oh, we can do more challenges. Okay, never mind. Continuing Iron Banner. No, we'll do one comp game and go back to Iron Banner. But yeah, then my dumbass Speedy McGee comes out of nowhere going, "Hey, what's up? I got all this zone control and AoE and auto lock damage. The fuck you gonna do about it? What's your aim gonna do now, bitch?" Cause I'm flying. I'll throw Wither Hordes at you from top of the ceiling, like amped, Arc Souls. Oh yeah. And put that back on. And then prep rangefinder funnel web with accurized rounds and small bore. We're just missing that range masterwork. But it's got Icarus grip. Like, I'm not denying this isn't a menace build, but like yeah. Definitely a build. And then we throw in the Arc Blink melee just for more shits and giggles. Hey, thank you for the like. Thank you for both the likes. I missed the first one because there's no notifications for that. I gotta somehow get YouTube notifications on stream. But thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you for the third like. Thank you. Bro, I've been running Wither Horde and a bow all week. Hell yeah. It's a good blint weapon for the kinetic slot, like, especially with some of the Archer's Tempo successful warm-up and some of the other bows that we have with the perks that can get it like Hush. Yeah. It's real good.
Survival.
Super effective, and oh my god, the werewolf is OP in Crucible. Yeah. I have a kill clip. I have a couple werewolf rolls I still need to try and get used to. This meta, I've been more so just messing around with, or this season for the meta, I've been messing around more so just with the basic Arc 3.0 and the other 3.0 stuff. But yeah, we'll get there with the werewolf. We have a compulsive kill clip and a, I think, gut shot, something else, I can't remember. Ah, the nade. It's gonna throw a Wither Horde down at their feet. That's my roll. It slaps. Gonna craft another for PvE. Wait, werewolf. Werewolf is the seasonal auto from or is the Halloween auto. What do you mean? You mean the Wastelander? The shoddy?
Only 1 minute left.
I deserve that. Shouldn't have stopped moving. Alright, come here, bud. The distance can't save you now. Oh, it's 2v3. Okay. That's the second time that's happened. Did he leave mid-match, or did they start with 2? I don't know if that's like a Bungie matchmaking fuck-up, because again, this has been happening. I've seen this happen a few times, but it's only happened to me once. I largely only see it from like other team, like happening to the other team. So I don't know if it's Bungie fucking up with like connections, or if it's people leaving because they're like looking up stats, or they're looking at builds and be like, nope, I don't want to deal with that. Nope. Those Titanades are ridiculous but fun. Gonna craft another under your skin for PvE, sorry. Oh, you're good. Oh, nice. Yeah. Next year with Lightfall, or at least next season with the comp changes, I think I'm gonna focus on a few more comp related weapon crafts from weapons we already have. Cause like we have a few like Wastelander, Under Your Skin. Alright, I got greedy. It's another kinetic weapon I can't think of. Oh, the kinetic SMG from this season. There's a lot of good PvE and PvP weapons for crafting that have really good builds in both. But I've been focusing not entirely on PvP or PvE, but I've given more crafting and build stuff for PvE this season, or at least this year. I was hoping my teammate would keep peeking, both of my teammates, but they didn't. Imagine if next season is Grenade Launcher comeback season. Wait, Grenade Launcher comeback season? Where's that coming from? What? Like, that'd be cool, but like, what? Grenade Launchers are already back. When did they go out? I mean, like, Grenade Launcher mods? That'd be cool. Like, champion mods? Like, that kind of heavy meta again, maybe, but Grenade Launchers are fine.
10 seconds.
It's a point out there or over here? It's out there. Come here. Oh, life advantage. I wasn't paying full attention to that. Whatever. Maybe he means heavies? Maybe, but I mean, they're already pretty fine. Parasite's really good. This season's GL isn't bad for Scorch and Ignition builds, it's just people aren't running a ton of those at the moment. Doesn't mean it's bad, it's just not popular. Heavy GLs are poop? Really? There's a lot of heavy GLs I think are fine. Anarchy's even fine. Like, fine, I'll get off an SMG. Fine. Fine. Yeah, that's right. Back the fuck up. Oh no, he got up. Oh, okay, I didn't need to repeat that early.
Your team's out of line.
The exotics are good. I mean, talk about other heavy GLs you think are bad right now. Because Tarnation's really good. It got a buff in PvP. It can one-shot, I believe. Used to take 3 to kill with Tarnation in PvP. Even with direct hits.
All up to you now. Destroy them. Being knocked out. Not this time. You've been defeated.
Hang on. Swapping something.
Enemy is in the lead. Not for
I'm
long.
thinking legendaries. I mean, I am too, but there's good GL legendaries. Wendigo, not Wendigo. The Stasis Wendigo is pretty good. Carnation's pretty good still. Like what other legendary GLs are you thinking of? I know there's other ones, but there's not too many different legendary GLs, so if you want like more variety there, like sure I could see that. But I don't think they're poo. Still pretty decent. Yeah, so they're obviously just gonna play out there, so we can't be peeking it like that. They're obviously just gonna stay out there. So at this point they're gonna win off life advantage, but yeah. The other guy's got a really good snipe shot, which is why I'm being a little hesitant with my peeks. But that Warlock, he's got a good shot, but doesn't have a sniper, and so I'm not scared of him. Okay, I'm not worried about the zone presence that Warlock can bring versus the Titan, the sniper. Like, see, he's running outside again. And the stasis one's good because it one-shots in PvP and it's got choke clip builds and other builds just for good damage, or good damage as a GL. Thank you, peeking. Thank you for peeking, teammate.
You're out of lives. Fight on just a second.
Like maybe a Volt Shot GL, heavy GL. Yeah, that'd be cool. Or a Repulsor Brace GL, like I could see arguments for those. But I still don't think that means GLs are poop. They just haven't gotten nearly as much love as other archetypes this year. That's because we also, like, GLs got a lot of love last year. LMAO, I thought he was safe. Huh? How did a dead guy snipe you? Probably wasn't actually a dead guy, or he died right. Oh, the dead guy sniped me. He sniped me before my teammates got the trade, so I was already dead. He died like a second after me. One of them's crouching, or they're both sitting there with snipers. All right. Oh no, that's just the sniper guy. Fair enough. Damn it! Yeah. You guys got a half decent enough brain and sniper shot on him, but I have to respect his sniper presence more than that. F. Now there's Warlock on the other hand, I don't have to respect for shit. Yeah, so you see how that goes. I know my bounds with this Warlock, and they are boundless. But I have to respect the sniper. Ooh. The fuck you? Waiting for his teammate. No! It's just a random red LMG. Shouldn't have grabbed heavy. Go Titan! No! Got it, Hunter. Or not.
Not enough. It's not over.
Also, I want to make a more PvP version of Plank Stride. Got a good PvE version, but I want to get a good PvP one as well. We don't have many high RPM machine guns like that right now. So... Oh, hello! Alright, fine. Good job, teammate. Bet good money to spawn over here. Hey, we were right. At least on one of them. Shouldn't grab heavy, but yeah, I don't want the enemies getting heavy. My teammates aren't close enough, so. I'll come back. But not that much. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. I think we win on life advantage here. Well, yeah, oh no, now we don't. Yeah, I don't think they were expecting me to go through that hallway with a super immediately. No, I tried to warlock or blink melee. It's alright, our teammates should be able to get there. No! Or they're throwing, or they're not throwing. Good job. Wait, what? I saw that hit. Who kept the point? I guess if he's gonna stay there. Okay, never mind. That was a better play because he's just gonna sit there. Oh, why you just sat there? GG.
Final round, and it's time. Show me a battle.
Hey, I can do that too. But I have a teammate here to back me up. Ah! Teammate got owned and collapsed from there. No! Are you kidding me, Warlock jump?
Only 1 minute left.
I want to talk about it. It's super. The downsides of Burst Glide? Yeah. About the downsides of being speed.
30 seconds remaining.
Melee. Teammate.
Allies down.
Oh wait, I love melee whiffs that cost the entire game. Fun.
The enemy
Fun. I'm gonna do the Arc Soul thing in Iron Banner to finish off our last few Iron Banner games.
what you do after that.
I'm actually really curious because some of the in-game matchmaking MMR this season has been god-awful in comp. So I actually want to see what the Destiny 2 Cracker MMR for some of this is. Because in some of these games, I've act like 3500, we've legit had like bottom 99%, like actual people that never touch PvP. Like actually possibly bought an account kind of like thing. It's like what? What is happening? Like there's no way someone can even get this high, I'm fairly certain, without just getting carried. And like these are people that are solo queuing everything. I'm just so confused. Because KDs don't mean everything, or really much, but like, how do you get to 3,500 without playing? Like, damn it. Update. Take it. Alright, we'll go finish off our Iron Banner stuff. We should put on the sword. We've seen a lot of the swords, and it's been doing a little bit better than our rocket. Where's our sword? Yeah, our Wellspring Thresh sword. Really well rolled Iron Banner sword. And if they could also just fix melee whiffs, like, PvP would be in a much better place, let me tell you. With one simple fix. See if the light flickers.
Iron Banner.
Nope. See, we'll still keep it like that, it looks cool.
Stay focused.
That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. Got stuck on the floor and then the wall. Here, hold that. Hey, we're back. We've come to collect. No! Damn it. Nice glaive. What do you do? What do you do against this? That guy's dead. With a zoom! It's dangerous to go alone, so take this blight. It's dangerous to stand out in the open all on your lonesome. Take a friendly blight. It'll keep you warm. Ooh, almost fell him to death. That's a lot of stacked up guardians in the back. It'd be a shame if I wither hoard him. Wither hoarded him. Yeah, I see him to my right. I didn't know that was the glaive guy, but that was a much better decision to go after that guy. Yes! Interesting. I wonder if the glaive block actually benefits my wither horde because it makes a larger hitbox, and so I'm more likely to land the direct wither horde, thus guaranteeing wither horde kill. I whiffed those end shots, but alright. Yeah, this is such a good build. I have a build video on this as well. The glaive block does indeed benefit wither horde? Hell yeah. Yeah, so this build just eats glaives as long as I stay mobile. Damn it. And you can use the Wither Horde like people with the blink melee, like people like to use with wave casts. You can also just shoot the Wither Horde a little bit ahead of you and then wave cast into your own Wither Horde, which presumably enemy is already standing in. So it works with one another. Hey, I'd like an Arc Soul for this fight. Thank you, teammate. I don't know how our teammate died, but the teammate came in there like a bat out of hell and fucking kicked ass. Yep. Is that one of the guys or one of the ones that had a glaive originally? They switched to Agers to try and counter. You think they realized the mistake with the glaive? And this looks like a lot of grouped up enemies. It'd be a shame if you got Wither Horded.
Everything's yours. Relish this time.
Not today, grenade. We say no to the god of death. Although you were out of my range. So, yeah, if we were actually closer there, you could see what I mean with, like, the wave cast. Like, Wither Horde working as a wave cast there. And the reason that combo is useful is because even if you drop the Wither Horde at people's feet without the direct shot, if they jump away or they're intelligent enough, they can actually not die from it, even if, like, they stood in it for a reasonable amount of time, or you landed it directly in their dead center on them, under them.
Keep the pressure on you have.
So, it's to counteract those situations, or to help counteract those. Yeah, hi. Come here. See, like that. If we had meleeed him, charge meleeed into that, he'd be dead. Obviously, he was also on the edge of it, but gives you a nice example of that as well. It's more than one situation for it. Also makes us harder to hit while we close the distance for the Wither Horde.
The hunt has ended.
Undershot that. Ah, I moved back a little too far. Aw, you piece of shit. Haha. Funny, you can tell people are putting on wave casters like Dead Messenger because they think it's broken overall, like inherently. They can counter my shit with my broken shit with their quote-unquote own broken shit, or things they think are broken, like Dead Messenger. Because I don't know how this started, but there's a legit good number of people that think wave casters and stuff like Dead Messenger is overpowered because it does 120 damage for free in their minds, when like other breach loaded GLs do like 160 can still one shot depending on builds and whatnot, and if you have spike can land a direct hit. And so I don't know where this like I think it came from the Blint, like all the Blint hate, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. People pick the weirdest of hills sometimes. Hey, if you want to come near me, you're gonna have to go through my Wither Horde first. Good job, teammate. I know I got him. Hell yeah. Thought teammate super did for a moment.
30 seconds. Stay on them.
Hey, look! Oh man, Alright, well, at least... So, Hayes Myth kind of has a little bit of a better idea going there. They're using it for melee blinks, which it does work for. You see a lot of panic, dead messengers like, oh shit, if I just wavecast right here, he'll die. Like, no, it's not quite that simple. I know it looks that simple, but it's not quite that simple. Almost 700. But yeah, this build makes Funnel Web look like cheese, I guess, to some people. A 900 RPM SMG, just a base one with prep motion rangefinder. This is cheese. A stat stick is cheese. I recorded that at Guardian Theater too, because like that's another gold one. Never letting that go. I have a cheesy stat stick. Oh fuck. Like that's also why some of the Recluse saying Recluse was overpowered was absolutely justified, but this is also why some of that argument from people of like why Recluse was overpowered wasn't actually justified. Because this is similar stats to Recluse, just without the damage buff and whatnot, and yet people still call it cheese. It's just a stat, but it's just a stat stick. Just a really good 900 RPM stat stick. Not any more cheesy than anything else.
Iron Banner.
Bro, what the fuck? I was right! Wait. No, I wasn't. Never mind. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass. Ignore me. I misread the names, but we shouldn't have been in either way. That survival match was not our correct like 3500 ranking, at least based on Destiny Tracker MMR for comp and whatnot. Like the players we were playing against were within like, they had an 82% chance of winning even as a 2-stack. Like this, like here to show you, the match doesn't even count if they had a third person. They still had an 82% chance of winning that match. Like myself and Sapper shouldn't have been anywhere near that match. That's like a 50 or that's like a 5k match. Like we could handle it, but like that's a completely different, that goes back to what I was talking about in the TWAB. That skill range is completely outside of our normal expected understanding because of the heavy SBMM and survival at times. And if you want to know why I think that's an issue, I talked about it for 2.5 hours earlier. Early in the same video. Blew himself up too? Yeah. Oh man. The perception of Wavecast jails somehow being overpowered is insane. It's interesting to see people hold on to this Blint builds are an issue crutch. Like, I could maybe come to some sort of an understanding of like some of the instant feeling of the TTK for Blint builds is a little much, which I can understand. But like people aren't even trying, they're just running it because they think it's straight overpowered. They aren't even trying to make a Blint build or anything. They're just doing it. Oh, it's funny. You can see when it gets pushed by any amount of like a real Blint build, even though I'm not running a Wavecast Blint build, it just gets shit on real fucking hard. Like, I got stuck on geometry there. That guy was dead though. Either way. Like, oh man. That's just funny. It's so funny how quickly this build becomes a menace when it's not anything special. Like, it's a good build, but you're combining really fundamental and simplistic aspects of weapons and one ability together. And I guess, well, two abilities, because the blink melee helps us a lot with the double kills and for follow-up kills. But, like, it's just a funnel web and wither horde. It's nothing groundbreaking. And yet, people struggle so much. I don't get it. This is, well, I kind of get it. I think part of it's movement. This is why I think people are going to be complaining all next year about Strand, because it enables people to have movement like this as like an ability with a grappling hook to some extent. The choice equals ease argument, basically, that we had to deal with this year for Strand, and that we had to deal with Stasis. But again, for Strand. So, we'll see. I'm hoping by kind of pointing it out now with people's complaints and whatnot that are essentially going to devolve into the same arguments later, like they realize what I'm talking about and like how what they're saying is at least not entirely accurate to what's happening or really at all. Ah! Yeah, sit in my wither horde. Yes! Holy sh- That just feels so dirty. Like, I feel like to even the score I should jump off the ledge, like not even in a toxic way, but in a legit, like I feel so bad I want to even the score because that was just too dirty. I'm not even trying to be that dirty or me. Yes, let the wither horde spread. Oh, that's a healthy group of enemies. Good job, teammate. Someone left. Oh no. Wait, who left? Oh, I don't know. I thought it was Dylan Z, honestly, at the end there, because he just got screwed by me and my teammate. GG.
Be proud of what you've done today.
With a zoom. Do any more? No, that's it. Alright. What do you say? Time to swap over to Twitch and play some COD DMZ? Tarkov-esque? It's pretty fun. What a good day of Iron Banner. Oh, actually, we rank up. We see our Iron Banner rank? Oh, so close. Nah, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll get the emblem tomorrow. But yeah, I think this is what we're gonna call the YouTube stream for now. Thank you everyone for watching, hanging out, and for liking the stream. And if you want to stay up to date with more streams and want to make sure you catch the next YouTube one, make sure to drop a subscription or a follow down below and turn on the notification. The little bell. But yeah, we're gonna hop over to Twitch, and I'm gonna do some COD DMZ. It's Tarkov-esque mode. Run around, loot a bunch of stuff, fight AI, a lot of AI, not as many like people, not like a proper BR with people everywhere, a lot of AI. There are people everywhere, but 90% of the gunfights are AI. I'd even say 95% of the gunfights are AI. But yeah, otherwise, thank you all for watching the YouTube part. Again, if you want to see any of the TWAB discussion or whatnot on some of the PvP changes and my thoughts, there's 2.5 hours of that in the first 2.5 hours of this stream. But yeah, I'll catch you over in Twitch in just a moment. Bye!